this particular tertiary institution or training colleges. They have quota system said that the government will come out with a number of which he think or the leaders think they can pay them these allowances. So within this year, about 4,000 applicants came in, but only 300 students were given the chance to come to training colleges. What happened to the other, 3,700 students? They were sitting in the house. And the other reason is that, what if university students, those that are under faculty of education, also start to say that, or they demand that the government have to pay them? Where will the government get the resources?
Yeah.
You are a student, you are not supposed to be paid. You are a student, you need to learn. After your college education, automatically you will be posted. So there's no need for the government to pay you whilst you are still schooling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I come, this is just on teacher training, but education is very broad, right? So I want to expand that a bit more, and we need to go to health and social protection. And still on education, I see our friends, persons with disability with us. And remember in the pre-event, there were issues that you raised. I want to expand it beyond teacher training allowance, including, for example, expanding access to persons with disability. And so if you want to express that so that we can expand on that, I would like to hear it. Our friends with disability in the room who have those issues, please raise it so we can take it. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm called Bukar Mahama, a retired educationist and a chief at the same time. Let's ask ourselves, why allowances? There was a reason for coming out with it. The demand for teacher education trainee wasn't all that paid heed to. So that was what they used to entice people to enter into training college. And let's ask ourselves again, at that time, how many colleges were there? Only a few. Now look at our colleges. All the universities are training teachers. I don't want us to be biased or have some idea against any institution. So my decision is that if they could put it aside and rather use the money for something else for the institutions.
Okay.
This is what I have decided.
Thank you very much. And I want to, okay, and there's more behind you. I'm grateful. That's a very brilliant point, and this is the reason why we're here. Yes?
Well, Evans, you were talking about social inclusion.
Yes.
There's a visually challenged person also joining the conversation, and of course, he's been yearning to share a point with us. Introduce yourself to us and share your point, sir.
Okay. Thank you. My name is... okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, I am Al-Hassan Abdurrahman Maltiti, a member from Ghana Blind Union. Yeah, my concern is about blind education. Yes, in northern region here, we have a lot of challenges in the education sector. Looking at northern region, the whole northern region, we don't have any blind school. Our blind school is only Upper West, and looking at northern region is too vast. Assuming you are in Yendi and you want to attend to Upper West region, and you are maybe almost 2 years old, it will be very difficult for the parent to leave their children to go to the school. So now what we are trying to say is that we need integration. We are appealing to the political leaders to see to that, so that they will integrate the schools for us, so that everybody will go to school on his own communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that's a very good one about improving access to persons with disability, particularly those who have who are visually impaired. Yes, Martina?
Now, no, the entire 5 regions of the north, it's only in the Upper West region. And they pick from the nursery to the senior high school. So if you have a child in any of these regions who is between small like that, you would have to go to the Upper West. And that is a challenge because you don't have the foundation, how do you get to the junior high school or the senior high school? So that is the challenge that people who are visually impaired in the 5 regions of the North are going through.
Okay, thank you. And I want to quickly now wrap this up on education so I can move to the next issue of health. And I want to hear the parties on the subjects we've heard so far. But let me just go to I'll come to the education, health, because it's important. I need to because of time. Before we do that, though, there's a bigger subject around also free education, free SHS, and access. In the the meeting before we came live, there was a suggestion about reforms in that sector. That also came forth, and we will all take that all together. But I want to go to the parties on the subject of the education issues that have come up. Very briefly to the reps. I want to hear from the MPP rep. Very briefly, I know the parties in the process, you formed your manifesto committee and etc., etc. If you want to, quickly on the subject of the teacher training allowance, the view is that scrap it, replace it with something else, and use the money to expand access, for example. Okay. Well, what's the thinking of the party in that area, as far as you know, particularly as it borders on this region?
Thank you very much. My name is Brahma Azazi Damba, representing Honorable Felicia Tete, the MPP parliamentary candidate for Sagnago constituency. Yes, let me start off with Mr. Divine's analogy on free senior high. He made us to believe and to understand more about how much we parents are committing into the free senior high and how much government is paying. He told us that government pays around 1,100 Ghana cedis.
I think 1,200.
1,200 Ghana cedis, whilst
per year.
We parents pay up to 4,000 thereabout.
Yes.
That's fine. He was able to explain to us how come parents are able to pay up to that much. We have our children. I have my 2 children. One has completed, the other girl is still in school. And it's not matching with what he's telling me. And I want him to help us with the cost analogy that he gave to we the parents as for what reason the cost of the education is higher than that of the government. How much government is committing also. We need to know what government is committing into this project or this activity. How much is it costing? And you factor everything together, then we'll know that, yes, government is actually paying 1,200 Ghana cedi. Then we'll all take a decision from there. But to take a surface finding like this, it may not sink well into some of us.
As a party rep, though, there are general concerns in the room before we went live and during the live that there's need for some reforms to the senior high school policy, to free senior high school policy. What do you say to that?
If I know the loopholes in government's own funding, then we can profess.
I mean, you were in the room before we went live. You hear the audience in the room raise some of the issues with free SHS.
Yes.
One woman, for example, I believe is sitting right behind in the front row, raised the issues about access and quality. And one was asking, in fact, that our retired educationist also raised the issue about because we are not getting our duty bearers to put their children through the school.
Yeah.
Exactly, you heard that.
Yeah.
So there's a general sense in the room that there's some form of reform that is needed, right? What's your own belief in that, your reaction to that as a party rep?
Yeah, actually.
Especially because you are crafting manifestos now.
We are doing it, but I was caught out of guard. I wasn't there when they made their own presentation.
Let me hear from the NDC very quickly. We have the regional secretary with me. I wanted to give me a quick take on how you represent the party in this region. You are the chief scribe of the party. You've heard the educational concerns. Right. How is the party approaching it this year in finalizing your manifesto?
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Abdel Salam, Northern Regional Secretary for NDC. It is a popular view, as much as it is the NDC's view also, that having implemented the free SHS policy for close to 7 years, there's every need for us to have a holistic view of the policy. Contrary to his position, challenging the views that parents spend more than government is, I felt that even the margins quoted for parents didn't take cognizance of extra classes. Other than that, it could have been more. I am a living example. Only yesterday, my son with Presec, I had to pay 750 cedis for online extra classes. 750. They are going to be home for close to 3 months. Government is currently paying no peswa during the holiday period. But I'm going to augment for the period that the child would have been learning for 3 months.
So what are we going to see in your manifesto this time to address
First of all, we need to look at the period that students spend in school. You will agree with me that these particular students who are reporting for the first time in school, they spent less than 2 months in school. And they are going to be home for 3 months. Why? Parents who are unable to be able to find money to engage the students.
So how is your manifesto addressing that?
Good. The NDC manifesto on that specific policy is not out, but it has been our position as a political party that we need to get the students to spend more time in school. Scrap the policy of double track completely. Then possibly revert to the term system instead of the, semester system that we are compelled to take the students through.
Okay.
The students need to engage with their teachers more in school and consistently, rather than having to be in with regular teachers in school and out with extra classes teachers who have more time to engage with them. If you want your student to perform, then you must indeed pay more to give the student education at home.
Okay,
and that for me is not.
Thank you very much. And I'm very biased when I have a woman's hand up. So although I'm wrapping up on the education, I saw a woman's hand up here, and I want to hear her before I switch my conversation. And if you're not a woman and you put your hand up, I'm not going to call you, because this one I'm being biased towards our women folk. Yes.
Okay, so my name is Aisha Maltiti Hussein, and I'm from a civil servants organization. And with my years of experience with community service, one of the gaps I have identified in education is the school feeding program. Yes, there is a woeful inequitable access in the school feeding program, especially in remote communities. And what's the effect of this? The contact hours students are supposed to have in school is being reduced, is being slashed, because in remote areas like this, when the students are asked to go home and eat and maybe come back, they wouldn't come back. So it compels the school to close at maybe 12 instead of extending that period, sometimes as early as 11. So I want to put it out to the political parties out there that they should, first of all, have a review in that program. And also, there should be, there should be equitable access. After the equitable access, there should be some form of monitoring. There should be tracking, because they are dispersing money for this particular project. Are they actually in use? Are they using them fully? And are they reaching these remote communities we have out there? Okay. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Martina?
She's talking of the feeding at the grassroots. Now, there's one concern. When you go to the GS, they say they are not in charge directly when it comes to feeding of these children. It is the political party reps who have been handed these contracts. And so they don't report directly to the GES. So it's very difficult for the GES to track, to ensure that these people actually cook.
And one of the suggestions we had at the beginning was that take politics out of the management of education at all levels. And that is one of the things we've coded. We've written down, we're going to get the parties to think about it, how they try and reflect this view in their manifestos. I'll take this final one, yes?
My name is Ehsan Mohammed, and I'm from the Empowerment Center for Peace Building. I'm also a graduate teacher. And my concern is that I don't understand the reason why teachers from the colleges are posted after school, yet teachers from the universities are not posted. And we all go through the same practical aspect of the education we all go through the supported teaching in schools, the observations and all that. Yet they even have allowances and sometimes even transport them to the schools. And we have to use our own monies for transportation to the schools. Yes, we all come out and they are posted and we are not. I don't understand why.
Okay, thank you very much. Divine, Divine, quickly, you've heard everything. Wrap it up for me in terms of, based on what you've heard, what are the key issues from what we've heard that the parties should be dealing with, that when the parties' manifestos are out, we should see that in that? If you don't mind, first, the controversial subject of teacher training allowance. Very briefly, because I just have 2 minutes for you. I want to move to health. Device microphone, please.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Cancelling the trainees allowance has been our position for a very long time. We agree with all the views expressed by participants that there's a need for us to take away the allowance. Our educationists rightly mentioned the reason for introducing the allowance, and we asked ourselves, do we still need the allowance to incentivize people to go to colleges of education? The answer is outright no. Even the mere fact that we are now changed from diploma awarding institution to a degree awarding institution, which means that whatever somebody from College of Education, the degree the person will be having, will be equivalent to or the same as somebody from university. And when they post you, you are all going to be on the same rank, PS, principal, superintendent. So that alone is even a motivation for somebody to go to College of Education. And the fact that there's a job that are readily available, you'll be posted, is also enough motivation. Okay. We don't need to spend an average of 240 million on feeding adults when student loan is there for them to access.
So in other words, the data shows the policy has outlived its usefulness. Okay, so change it.
Take it off. Okay. And then also reviewing the secondary school, the free senior high school policy that has actually featured prominently. We believe it has to be targeted to ensure that it goes directly to those that are in need of it. Inclusive education also featured from what the participants mentioned. For us at EduWatch, when it comes to inclusive education, the main issue there is financing, especially improving budget credibility for the policy implementation, the inclusive education policy implementation. You see government allocating resources to it, but when it comes to disbursement has been very low, so there's a need for government to pay attention to ensuring that a resource actually allocated to the implementation of the inclusive education policy is rightly enhanced. So from what the participants, yes, someone to talk about the feeding program. Yes, we again also believe that currently there are one series 20 pesos that per student per year that government is channeling for the Ghana school feeding program is not enough.
What should be ideal? What should be ideal number?
The ideal at least should be three Ghana cedis.
3 Ghana cedis. So in other words, you're saying that this year when the parties sit to craft their manifestos on education, we expect them to put in there that they commit to increase how much they're spending on a child.
Exactly. Beyond increasing to at least the minimum of 3 cedis, we believe that there's the need to also borrow from what is happening at LEAP. At LEAP, currently there is what they call indexation mechanism introduced at the LEAP program, such that when as inflation increases, automatically the rate also adjusts for the LEAP beneficiary. We should bring something to that when it comes to the feeding program, such that once inflation increases, food inflation increases, the per unit will also automatically adjust.
Okay, great. And I want to come to the area that Kaba has been very eloquent about. Caesar, who is a health economist and consultant, laid out for us what the health issues are at the beginning. I want to get my audiences to now chip in. You all go to hospitals. You all go to seek health care. Let's have a conversation now from your point of view. What the political parties should be doing. What are the issues of concern to you when it comes to the health sector? For which reason you expect the parties to come to you with policy proposals that addresses them? And I'm dealing with health here. This is strictly the health conversation. Blessed. Yes?
My name is Florence.
Doris.
Florence.
Florence, yes, Florence.
When it comes about health issue, dealing with fiscal challenged people, sometimes it's difficult. The nurses doesn't pay attention. And when you go, you have to queue. You have to queue with others before they will attend to you. And sometimes the way they treat you, you will not even like it. And when it comes with my colleagues, the deaf and dumb people, I think if they could get posters and then some signs to show them, when you come, this is where you have to go, this is where you have to go. And then I will also add that they should teach some of the nurses, some of the basic things, so that when they come, they will be able to give out their problem, and then they will understand and solve it for them. Thank you.
And you say this because this is your lived experience. This is something that you've lived, right?
Yes.
You're not just saying it because you've heard.
No.
I want to, if you can share your own personal experience so people can appreciate that this is not something you plucked out of the air, out of thin air. This is reality for you.
It is. Because one time ago, I was very sick. I was having pneumonia. So when I got to the hospital, I have to queue. So I went with my brother. My brother had to queue whilst I lie on the chair crying. So I was having a doctor friend. Then I decided to call her. Then she now came and sent me to the emergency ward. And they give me some drugs for the pain to reduce before they work on certain things.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that, and I'm grateful, delighted that you actually make time to come here. And she's a person living with disability herself, and she raised a very important point. Yes?
I want to add up to the inclusive sector. We talk about inclusive. We don't know some of the things that are following up, because like with the parents, as you are physical challenge and you are a child, you need some certain things. And nowadays, the wheelchairs are very expensive. So parents will have to struggle with the children. When they get to GSS, then they have to stop because of the posting. There is no means of help that will help them be going to the school like every day and coming back. So if the government can seek to that, if parents are able to struggle with their children up to the GSS level, then the government to now take over from the SHS level to the tertiary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is the reason why Star Ghana and JoyNews pull this together, so we can hear from real people about their real needs and see if the parties are even beginning to think about it. Caesar, that's an important point, right?
Now, Evans, before you go to him, she mentioned one critical issue about the deaf and dumb. That's one issue that when you engage them, they would continue to raise. When they get to the hospital, there's nobody to interpret to the doctor on the condition they are bringing. So if you don't have somebody to go with you from the house to the hospital, you may end up going back and not getting the right treatment that you said.
Yes, Caesar.
And that's really a critical point, right? So the experiences we know that some persons who are deaf, for instance, like she explained, when they arrive at the hospital, then it is reliant on the one who brought them to explain their condition. And in so many cases, the family relatives are not even able to interpret what they are going through. And so it is very difficult for a health provider to provide a service. So the communication barrier and gap is clear, and the health sector have really identified that. So years back, the government decided that nurses and health providers should go through some basic training on sign language. Like you heard the audience say, the challenge is that it's not being enforced well. It's just like French. A lot of us have gone through French education, sometimes at a basic level, but if we start speaking French right now, there are so many people who cannot go further. And so there needs to be a deliberate policy or effort that will streamline, maybe having dedicated persons, specialized well, who are service providers, so that when somebody arrives, there's the minimum skills required to understand their health challenges and solve them. But even more disastrous is that, like she said, there are still hospitals and health facilities who don't have a medium through which someone coming with a wheelchair can access the doctor. These are public institutions. And so
What commitments do you want to see this year in the manifestos to deal with this?
Yeah, I think there's the need for us to really look at the needs of specific health facilities in terms of how do we get people to access the care they need with the platforms that they require, like the wheelchair. But also, like I said, critical very much is the sign language bit. Because I have done clinical practice before, and we know that the only solution a medical provider can give you is based on what you tell them. You can't solve their problems if they cannot explain to you what they are going through. And so if we want to really be equitable and inclusive, then the health providers must have the skills to communicate with everybody. Or we must situate people who understand sign language and basic medical terms in the consultation room, which has ethical implications. And so we need a policy to go either ways to try and solve
these are deep things, and at least it's giving the parties a sense of what people are thinking before they cast their ballots. I want to hear more views from my audience in the room, yes, on the health sector.
Evans, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If not, good evening. So I have a particular concern with the health insurance card. Over the years, it's losing its relevance, which is a big headache for the people who really need it. So I want to also emphasize that this is a lived experience as well. I've been working with the health and rural areas for the past 10 years. So we've been supporting them with mobile clinics and then raising funds to support surgeries. But we realized the health insurance could come in as a messiah that could give them access to free basic health care wherever they are. So far, we managed to register over 4,500 people on the health insurance. However, they keep complaining that the card is irrelevant when they go to the hospitals. They don't even get medication. Now, the card doesn't cover even labs. It doesn't. Or it does cover, even card. When you get a card, the lamination, you have to pay for it. You pay for the...
Sorry, somebody mentioned the amount. 10 CDs.
5 CDs.
5 CDs. Sorry, please clarify. How much do you have to pay for the card? 5?
Yes.
5 CDs, okay.
So I want to emphasize, aside lamination...
People can afford that in this part of the country, or this has become a barrier?
This is a barrier.
It's a barrier, okay.
It's a barrier because those in semi-urban, semi-rural are able to afford it. But when we go to the typical rural communities, they are not able to afford it. So even aside the relevance of the card, the availability of the card and the services of the office is also in question. We are ending the first quarter of this year, and we haven't been able to register anybody. However, we have a backlog of about 3,000 possibilities to register 3,000 more people this year because there are no cards. The office do not have staff. They don't have cars for the communities. So there are some a whole lot of things around the health insurance that is making its relevance very low.
Let me now hear from you as a citizen and as a voter later this year. What then do you propose the parties do about this in their manifestos? Because once they write it down, we can hold them to it, right? So what do you expect there, based on what you know and what you've just told us?
Yes, we expect some allocation of funds from the government to the Health Insurance Secretariat, and not the other way around like we have seen this year, some money is going out of the health insurance to the government. We should also see some collaboration between the hospitals and then the government, early paying of their, that's one of the reasons why some of the hospitals are not even accepting, because they accept and later the monies are not coming. So you come, they tell you, please pay upfront. So we expect that collaboration between the government and the hospitals. And also we expect the access. A card is 8 cedis. The government could take this to make sure that at birth you get a card. So that from birth we know that you have free access to basic health care until you are maybe 18. Then you pay for a card. But in Ghana, the moment you are beyond 3 months, you can no more use the card of your mother. However, if your mother doesn't have 8 cedis, you don't have a card. And because of that, you are cut off access to health care if your mother is financially unstable.
Okay. Great points there. Great points. I want to hear a few more. And I see another lady. I'm very biased towards the ladies. Very biased towards the ladies. I want to hear a lady. The men, they don't mind. You don't mind, do you? We want to be very inclusive in the conversation. Yes, there's a hand. Okay. Martina, I wanted to get a lady, but it's okay. Just give it to a man. I'll blame Martina, who is a lady who gives it to a man. Although I am the man who wanted to hear from a lady. It's okay. Let's hear her.
Well, thank you so much. Please, I would like to find out the...
please introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Mohammed Isaku Selfu, a tutor here. Thank you so much. The specific... Hello? On taxes of medications in general, taxes that are imposed on medicine in general. We realize that medicines in general become so expensive these days. And we know, especially the medicines on illnesses and life-threatening conditions like hypertension and diabetes and all other related conditions that affect people mostly even at old age. We know. Right now, the prices of each of them has tripled. And if you ask them, they will say taxes on them. That taxes have been imposed on them. That is why the prices are so high. What specific, policies do the parties have to reduce taxes on some of these medications that will allow those who are in the business to reduce the prices that are normally put on some of these medications?
Okay. I will flip the question to you before I come to the lady in front. I want to hear the lady in front. I've been meaning to hear her voice. But I'll flip the question to you just before I come. This is your forum. Blessed, I want him to attack the question. This is your forum. What policy do you want to see in the manifestos on that subject?
Thank you so much.
Before we even hear from the parties, what do you want to tell them what you want?
What I want and what I think is appropriate to do is to take off taxes on medications in general.
Okay.
And then ensure that those in the business, the pharmaceutical companies, comply to this particular directive. They reduce the prices that they impose on some of these medications. Because you may take off the taxes or reduce the taxes, and because they want money, if there is no supervision to ensure that they equally reduce their prices, they could still even keep the prices so high.
Thank you very much. Blessed, I wanted to hear from the lady in front. And now I will take one when I'll hear from the parties on this, and then come back to Caesar. Yes.
Thank you so much for the
opportunity. From you, and then I'll hear your voice on this. Yes, please go. Proceed.
What I want to know is, I don't know, so it's a question. That do the health workers account for people who died in hospital within some period? Because I've been to hospital several occasions, and this is my observation. I can see that health workers are not afraid of people dying. So I don't know whether they've been seeing the death and now it's normal to them or something. Because me not being a health worker, sometimes I'll go to the hospital and see someone's situation and I'll be shivering. But the nurse or a doctor will be reluctant, which I don't understand. And sometimes I know, fine, I'm not a nurse, I've not been in health education before, but per my understanding, I know that when they brought patients, at least a nurse know how to handle a patient. So the nurse should help the relative or something to take the person out of a car to the stretcher and push the person. But in my locality, Techmai like this, Holy Family Hospital have been a very problem to me, which I've been observing things from long time, which I don't understand.
So you've asked a very important question that Caesar, you have to take that, because this is quite separate from what we expect in the money. But I want you to take that. And then final one, I'll take a final one. Let me take a final one with the lady in front. The men, I'm exercising my discretion to be biased towards the women. Forgive me. Let me hear this.
Thank you very much. My name is Yakubu Rahinatu. I was a former assemblywoman for this area. I work with Ghana Health Service as the regional health promoter. I just want to touch something small on what she said. She said the nurses and the doctors are not afraid of people dying. It's because they are used to that. And secondly, every human being has his or her attitude towards human beings. So that is the long and short of it. Well, I have something that I want you to help me. I work with the Regional Health Directorate closer to Central Hospital. JICA allocated a portion to build a pediatric ward for Central Hospital. Everything has been done. The clearance of the materials to come and start the work, that the duty on it they cannot clear. JICA, they have forfeited their lunch, their breakfast, their dinner to support Ghana. And then they brought the materials. The materials are lying down. They cannot bring the materials to Tamale to start the construction of the pediatric ward. I want the politicians to add this to their manifestos. We don't have. We are vulnerable. People have come to help us. They brought their materials. Allow them to come and start the work. Then you say the tax. They cannot pay the tax. What kind of thing is that? Politicians, sit up on this. 2, I want us to look at our CHIP compound. CHIPS is something that is so dear to my heart. If Central Hospital is far, teaching hospital is far, there's a CHIP compound by your house. You want to assess your BP. You want to assess your sugar. You just move there. You are having slight headache. You move there. They will take care of you. But you enter into a CHIP facility. They don't have tools to work with. Politicians, the leaders, I'm on my knees begging you in your manifestos. Take care of the CHIPS compound in our facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a good point to hear from the parties. He's spoken. I want to hear from the parties now before I come.
She made a mention of the Tamale Central Hospital. Even before the equipment came, the clearing of the land for that hospital, Ghana Health Service could not afford. It took the intervention of an MP to clear the land for the work to begin. So that is, and another issue when it comes to taxing is Tamale Metro Assembly has a sister relationship with Louisville. They brought in medical equipment to support the hospital in the northern region. But these machines were seized at the port because of tax, and they finally auctioned out to individuals.
Okay.
So denying the people the opportunity to have basic health facilities which would have come for free. So this just to add to what she's just mentioned.
She said. And that's one of the key things that had come up. Completing uncompleted health infrastructure, but also clearing equipment and supplies that had been donated to us that are stuck at the port. But because she turned and asked a direct question of the political parties, I want to hear them now. Let me hear first from the MPP. Let me hear from the MPP rep. Just the MPP rep. Who is the MPP rep? Who is going to? You, please introduce yourself.
I am Abu Mohammed, Secretary for Tamale South, representing Tamale South parliamentary
Give me a brief response to everything you've heard in the health sector today, particularly the question that was just asked of you.
Yes.
As you craft your manifestos.
Yeah, all the submissions that they've made are true, particularly with regards to the sign language. Nurses find it difficult to communicate.
We know it's true. You've told us already.
Yes.
Now tell us what the plan is from your end in fixing what they've identified, and they have proposals for you too.
Yes, the plan is that what we're going to do is that we'll make sure that maybe we'll employ some people who are expert in sign language to be at the hospitals. So since their number is minute, maybe sometimes they'll call them to come and render services and go. So we'll incorporate it into our manifesto to make sure that those people are catered for. On the part of health insurance, yes, ever since we came, we took the health insurance and we've boosted it up. But sometimes it looks as if some people have a negative attitude towards the health insurance itself. Because someone will bring the card and maybe somebody at the health facility would like to take money instead of the card. Meanwhile, looking at the statistics, this government has been able to clear the backlog, and there's no any arrears with regards to health insurance. Even if it is there, it may not be all that strong. That would deny the citizenry the health care that they may need. And on the part of someone made mention that health trainees, they should stop giving them allowance and rather concentrate.
Nursing
yes,
trainees.
that is nursing trainees. They should stop giving them allowances and rather concentrate on a doctor-patient ratio. That one too is good. We'll put it in our manifesto. We need to train more doctors. If more doctors are in the system, it will help in a way. So in short, this is what I can put across.
Let me hear from the regional secretary of the NDC.
Meanwhile, he's working with the health sector, so I'll hold him when he's going.
Which means that he's more qualified on this subject. So let me hear him.
Thank you very much. The subject of health financing has been of a serious concern. For that, the NDC, the future NDC government promises to, first of all, insist on the implementation of the provisions of the National Health Insurance Act, which act requires that when the ministry takes levies as National Health Insurance levy, within a period of 30 days, it should be paid into the National Health Insurance.
Within 30 days.
Insurance
So you are going to commit in your manifesto.
fund.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, as I speak, that has been committed already.
Okay.
Again, there's presently a capping on internally generated funds of the health facilities. A future NDC government intends to scrap completely any capping on the internally generated funds of health facilities so as to make more resources available to the facilities for the services. Clearly, you see that the concerns that have been raised regarding people's disregard for the NHIS these days has a lot to do with access when it comes to the rural areas. Presently, health insurance provides for accredited pharmacists to be able to provide for the medicines needed if they are not available at the hospital. But if you go to the entire eastern corridor of northern region, it is only in Yendi that you will find a pharmacy. So how will you expect?
I mean, the entire northern region?
Eastern corridor.
Eastern corridor.
I'm not talking about...
There's one pharmacy.
I'm not talking about drug shop or what do you call it?
In Yendi.
A sales counter, a pharmacy. It is only in Yendi that you will find a pharmacy. So what that means is that for a pharmacy to qualify to even be somebody in Saboba, if he happens to go to the hospital and there are no medications, and these medications must be prescribed by a pharmacy level, it means that there's no any other way the fellow can get the medication except to buy them or to travel all the way to Tamale or get a brother in Tamale who may end up buying. So the future NDC government, which in future to partner with the private sector to help set up specifically pharmacies within these catchment areas to be able to help provide for medications that are not available at the hospitals.
Okay,
Thank you
very much. Yes, Caesar, wrap it up for me. Have you heard enough to convince you that one, people know what they want and they want the real issues dealt with? And then secondly, the parties are really thinking about the real issues of importance to the people, both from the people's point of view and from the party's point of view. And if there's something that's left out, bullet it for me so we can move on to the next subject of social protection.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. So I think if you sit down and listen to the people, there's no way out than to say that these are the lived experiences of people, and you cannot run away from that evidence. The evidence is this is what they experience. And basically what we want in a health system is a responsive health system that delivers quality health care. And an important point was mentioned by one lady about medical products and medical equipment. You can say all the theories you want, but just last week, we celebrated World Kidney Day. We are currently facing crisis with dialysis machines. It is clear. So if you run away from their evidence, you know that so many tertiary institutions are suffering because they don't have the capacity to deal with the number of patients that require dialysis as compared to the number of machines we have. And if you just oppose that to the fact that currently we have a lot of increase in terms of the number of people who have kidney disease, and it's related to the kind of things we consume, it's related to diabetes, hypertension, a lot of them are coming up. So I just wanted to say that there's a critical need for the political parties to look at how do we resource the facilities we have. A lot of the time, health infrastructure is limited to the edifice. So we have built a tertiary institution, a regional hospital. But when you enter the regional hospital, the providers are unable to provide the services they are trained to do because a glucometer or a strip for testing blood sugar is not available. And that is linked to what the lady mentioned, that sometimes you are tempted to believe the medical providers do not care about lives. It is not true. But because a lot of the time, they may know your problem, but they have no solution. They know it. They know the solution. But they do not have the instruments required to save your life. So they watch you, your life is leaving you, but they have no help. So they also need help themselves. And the other point is on the nursing allowance. So if you incentivize...
You have to end on that point because I have to move on to the next slide. What must happen on that policy?
Yes, so what I want to highlight is that medical providers need a certain level of attitude to care for patients. If you incentivize a certain profession, you must put measures in place to ensure quality. Other than that, the people who get in there may be people who did not want to be medical providers. And so their attitude to medical care will not be that we all desire, because that is not what they wanted to do. Okay. Someone wanted to be a military man, and you put them in the hospital. The attitude cannot be like a nurse. So we are saying that let's look at the systemic issues. Strengthen the health insurance, whatever you do. Strengthen the distribution of medical health force and the specialized care we need. Let's ensure that the rural areas, and even just 1 second to touch on this.
Just a minute.
Just a minute. So, like our MPP colleague said, if you look at the data, government might be paying claims. We have backlog, so that one we cannot debate about it. Government might be paying claims, but we are paying claims and then we are not seeing the outcome we want. So we need to look at it. But what I wanted to point out is that the health insurance is operational also in private facilities. But if I were a policymaker, how do we incentivize the private facilities who are on the national health insurance to move to the rural areas? Because if they keep staying in Accra, and those who can pay for private health care are getting care, because the private facilities can afford to pay before going for claims. The public facilities sometimes are struggling. So how do we incentivize them
to move healthcare providers
to move to the rural areas?
Thank you very much.
That is very important.
Thank you very much, Doc. Clap for him on that point. And clap for yourselves, by the way. You've been articulating the issues. And by the way, if you're just joining us, you are live on Joy 99.7 FM. You are live on the JoyNews channel. This is a Star Ghana, JoyNews Ghana Connect Town Hall, live from Tamale, the Bagabaga Training College here in the city, the beautiful city of Tamale, the Northern Regional Capital. And we are happy to be interacting with ordinary people who are sharing their views on what the real needs are this year and going forward into the future. And they want the parties to include that in their manifesto. Some very fascinating contributions we've heard. One of the things now we want to wrap up with in the next few minutes is social protection, which is something that before we went live, in our pre-live conversations, came up very strongly. And something that I want to touch on before I come to the audience on that, we have just 10 minutes to get views and wrap up, is that we spend currently 1.54% of our GDP on social protection. Stuff like LEAP, the Livelihood Empowerment, Against Poverty program, school feeding, capitation grant, all of them are social protection issues. But 1.54%, is that enough? If it isn't enough, what should it be as we expect the parties to craft their manifesto? What should they be committing to? Is one of the key things there. It's one thing that came up. Also, social protection to people in rural areas must be a focus. It's another issue that came up. And I want to go to Blazer. Blazer, this is an important subject that you've touched on already. Let's hear what the audience is saying on this subject.
In fact, Songtaba is one of the key civil society groups working in that space of social protection. And it's very much of concern to people within this part of the country who, of course, the experts have told us are much more in need of social protection policies. So let's try and get to, Songtaba to find out what they've been working on, what they found out within the area, and possibly what sort of policies they would want to see from the political parties. Your name, sir?
Yeah, my name is Shane Kasiru. I work with Songtaba as the head of programs.
Let's talk about social protection, because the electorate would have to make an informed choice. What is key on the agenda? And you've been working in this space, within this part of the country, for quite some time now. What's on top of the agenda for you?
So I think at the beginning of the conversation, whom he has indicated that in spirit he's in support of the content, but has refused to sign the bill due to certain legal challenges or technical challenges. But we as civil society organizations are still concerned that once we get this bill passed, the anti-witchcraft bill passed, it is one of the biggest steps to improving social protection in Ghana.
And sorry to cut through, but the point about what's happened ever since the introduction of the bill, do we see more of these elderly women exposed them more because the president is failing to sign onto this bill?
Yeah, I think issues of accusation comes up every day. Even when the president has refused to sign the bill, we've recorded cases of accusation. These things happen in the known, some unknown. And so as civil society organizations, we are concerned that once this bill comes to light, then the clear roadmap as to how it will be implemented will be laid out, and then people will now have the opportunity or the processes that they will use to claim back their right as they are being trampled upon.
Okay, LEAP is also a front burner issue because you believe livelihood empowerment could also take many of these communities out of cases of witchcraft accusation and also empower young girls and women. What form of targeting would you want these, political parties to take? Because it's not as though they've not embraced LEAP. We've seen successive governments run a varied form of the program. How would you want the targeting to be done, and what kind of policy reforms are you on the lookout for?
All right, so thank you very much. I think the issues of LEAP has been one of the issues we have championed on. When you look at the vulnerable nature of all the women living at these excluded camps, they are most qualified. But there's a very long criteria that has been used to target beneficiaries on the LEAP platform. And so currently, as we speak, not all the women living in the alleged witches camps are on LEAP. But then, if you pick all the vulnerability criteria and mark it against all the women at the camp, they are going to qualify as one of the most vulnerable group you can find, but they are not all still on the LEAP. And so as a group, we are interested in political parties making clear commitments towards a good roadmap to targeting all these women onto LEAP. Maybe as a short term, but in the long term, what we are looking forward is the disbandment of this alleged witches camp.
I see, Evans, and that's the nexus between, witchcraft accusation and livelihood empowerment. It appears that there are more issues that we'll be getting from our audience shortly.
Okay.
But I don't know if your
Yeah,
panelists will want to have a
I'm
bunch.
interested. Is there a LEAP beneficiary in our audience today? Is there somebody in our audience who benefits from the LEAP program? You get the handouts at the end of the month? Okay. I'll take a view from the front. I'll take a view from the front. Okay, I'll take the view from the front. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm still Bilson Dramani. I want to look at the social protection in terms of security. In the manifesto of both parties, they say they want to protect the Ghanaian populace. But over the last 7 years, Ayawaso, people were beaten. Just Techima, 8 people died. And not even a comment to commensurate or sympathize with those Ghanaians who want to ensure that their votes are counted. Going forward, if we have a human rights president and these things are happening, what of if there's no human rights president?
So what do you want to see?
So I want to see this current government coming out clearly.
I mean, we're not talking about current government. We're talking about manifestos.
I want
all
to
the
see
parties.
in their manifesto clearly stating that they will stop using the police against Ghanaians.
Okay. Okay, so that's an important point. And I have a hand behind, and that's going to be my last. Sorry. Yes, one behind. And then I'll take one more, very short. Please do this for me in 30 seconds so I can begin to wrap up the conversation. Yes?
Okay, thank you. My name is Redwan Mohammed.
Yes.
I work with MSEP. Yes, I think for social protection issues, I think the issue has got to do with funding or financing. Yeah. So what I want the political parties to do simply is to convert our COVID levy going forward in their manifestos. We pay the levies anyway, and I think at this point we do not have COVID. So I think they should convert what they collect as COVID levy into something that can contribute to our social protection interventions. I think that is what I want.
That's a suggestion for the parties. Convert the COVID levy and rechannel that into social protection.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. One final one. One final one. I see a hand at the back. And then I will wrap up. And I'll come to my guests here. The political parties are with me, so they also give me a quick wrap on the interventions of social protection. And I will wrap up. Yes. Let me hear from you. What do you want to see in a manifesto when it comes to social protection? Yes.
All right. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My problem is on the health side. You see, sometimes you see that somebody will be sick severely, then they will carry the person to the hospital. The nurses and...
Oh, sorry, your microphone...
Hello? Okay. Then some...
Oh, unfortunately, we're having a challenge with your microphone. I'm going to come back to my panelists here so they can help me wrap up whilst we try and fix that. But we've had a lot today. In the next few minutes, we need to wrap up. Let's now bullet for you, and I want to take all of you, just three and across the spectrum of issues we've dealt with, from social protection to education to health. Divine first. The 3 top issues that must necessarily feature in the manifestos of the parties based on this conversation. 3 top. Just bullet it for me.
All right, starting from social protection, one issue for me that should be the topmost priority but has not been mentioned is the political parties considering establishing a contingency fund that will address issue of crisis and emergency.
Okay.
I'm coming from the angle of at least what is happening in as far as Akosovo Dam she's concerned. If not for the media, I don't know how the government have responded to that issue. So at least we need a fund that will respond to something like that.
Okay, so a fund, that's one. The second?
All right, when it comes to education, for me, it is about closing the rural-urban gap as far as access and quality of education is concerned. And then the last aspect is health, prioritizing the national health insurance scheme that will ensure that it is effective in our hospitals. It is part of the funds that has been capped. I don't see it being uncapped easily because if you look at the IMF conditionality, somehow cap funds is part of it. So it will be very difficult, but at least we need a commitment from the political parties that even when we are exiting IMF, we will see a sign that they will be uncapping some of these statutory funds.
Okay, so those are the 3 top issues you must necessarily see in a manifesto. Caesar, I'll come to you for yours. Let me go to my audience member whose microphone wasn't working before for him to wrap up. Yes, your top issue was?
Okay, once again, I want
again, it's not. Let me wrap up with you. Unfortunately, the microphone isn't working for him. Your three top issues.
Yeah, I think they've been mentioned here. The fact that people need better access to care in terms of infrastructure, health instruments, and medical products. And the government or the next government has to have a good priority for that. In terms of avoiding the abandonment of already started health projects. We have them scattered across the country. I know JoyNews.
So you're saying that in the next manifesto, the top priority is completing all abandoned projects?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we need to enhance
okay, so that's your first. That's your first. What's your second?
Yeah. Then the next one is on health financing. I think it has been mentioned. The fact that we have a model that works, and the model is the National Health Insurance Scheme. We need to have strategic interventions to improve it. Other than that, in terms of social protection, there's usually the question, how much is affordable? Regardless of how you reduce medical products and medications, there's still someone who has to decide whether to eat or to buy paracetamol. And we call that catastrophic health expenditure. Over the world, we want to eliminate the junction at which people need to decide whether to eat or to use their money for healthcare.
So what do you want to see?
So we need to strengthen the health insurance scheme to ensure that
But what policy precisely will you propose?
I think the capping policy is, for me...
So remove the capping policy.
You need to remove it.
Okay.
And we need to ensure that government itself even commits some funding to support the health insurance
So remove
scheme.
capping and then commit funding.
Yeah.
So that's the second one. The third
Complementary
one?
fund. Then the third one is health workforce. And we've mentioned this. The politics is too much. Let us have a national conversation on what cadre of health services providers we need across the country. We know, for instance, that specialist healthcare is lacking. Let's see if investment should be channeled better to train more Ghanaians to provide specialist care and ensure that somebody in Wa does not end up in Kolibu for healthcare services. Someone here in Tamale should not, and we see it, the ambulance system is a challenge. And so if you decide to access healthcare services in an emergency, the question is a facility close to you for you to get there, or you have a responsive ambulance system that takes you to the farthest of facilities? The two of them are not functional at the moment. Because even if the ambulances exist, there's fuel issues and all of that. So let's make the health system more responsive so that people...
And what policy proposals precisely are you proposing to fix that?
Yeah. We need to review the CHIPS compound policy.
And
ensure
to
that...
introduce what instead?
Yeah, it's not as if to cancel it. Review it and improve equipment in the facility as an entry point to detect people as early as possible at the community level and then treat them where necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for all yourselves. A round of applause for all yourselves. And thank you to my panelists who've helped us navigate this conversation today. And that, by the way, is Caesar, who you just heard there wrapping up. Caesar Kaba is a health economist and consultant. LA had Eunice Agbanyaji, the head of programs at STAR, Ghana, and Divine Quer, who you had talk about the education issues. And to all of you who join us, and to the political parties who, of course, grace the occasion, to give us a sense of where the party is going in addressing some of the key issues that you've talked about. This has been the Star Ghana JoyNews Ghana Connect Town Hall, live from the Bagabaga Training College. And we are delighted that we brought this to you. I have been fascinated by just a complex number of issues that the citizens here have put forth. Some of them are really deep when you begin to think about the subjects around inclusivity and accessibility for persons living with disability. in education, in social protection, and also in health. But also, if you look at the subjects of education and some of the suggestions that have come forth today, in what do you really do with the free SHS, for example? What do you do with the controversial subject of teacher training allowance? There's a suggestion that you scrap it, but what do you do with the money you save? Invest it in expanding infrastructure. A host of issues indeed. What will happen next? Star Ghana is going to put all this together, and the parties will get an official document in a formal engagement to get them to include them. It's an influencing process. Consider these issues that have come forth, and let's see that in the manifestos this year. It's really about what the people say they want, they need. It's about their needs. And that's what we've heard today. And I'm delighted that all of you could join us here at BATCO in Tamale. Next week, we are in the Ashanti Regional Capital, and I'm looking forward to that. We've been live on Joy 99.7 FM. We'll be live on the JoyNews channel, on myjoyonline.com, and across our social media platforms on YouTube and on Facebook. I've been doing this with my colleague, Blaise Soga and Martina. We've been produced by MFA Elliot Tiamwa and a whole team that traveled with us to Tamale to make this possible. We're going to come away again next week, by the way, with another edition of the Star Ghana, JoyNews, Ghana Connect Town Hall. My name is Evans Mensah. Enjoy the rest of your evening. This is your election headquarters.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight, we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajoato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of answers.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself
completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
Fortune rice, it needs just a little water. The greenstone stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA approved.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Are you to stop freedom? Are you gone? You can't stop freedom.
A goal to every resident in our vibrant regions. Brace yourself for an unforgettable and transformative journey with Nana Kwame Bediako as he embarks on the groundbreaking regional listening tour. From bustling cities to the serene landscapes of Ghana, say hello to a leader who genuinely listens to your concerns, dreams, and hopes for a better community and country. A leader who is ready to get things moving again with you and by you.
Nana Kwame Bediako, banga sankasa, bae, bona, yena zoa, ngwanan oliba.
He's coming live and colored to your communities. Get ready. It's your time to be heard.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, Ron 95 from Petrosol is all I always use. And when I put it in my baby,
because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change interval, and cleaner environment. Okay, I'm fine. The car and the Petrosol zukai. Zaka chiga badeli.
Why? Premium product, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Use more Petrosol premium products via
Tonight on Business Life, economist Professor Peter Quote predicts Ghana's economy will witness higher growth rates this year, but not without job creation in agri and industry sectors.
All things being equal, we are likely to see higher growth rates, as we've seen in the last quarter of 2023. We're likely to see higher growth rates in the first 3 quarters and possibly the last quarter of 2024.
Also in this bulletin, we will be assessing the impact of rising rate of money laundering and terrorist financing on the real economy, financial sector, and society at large. Later on the Joy Business Van, we feature Age Engineering, the startup designing and manufacturing agricultural machinery. We have these and many more for you. Please stay. For your time, I am Pius Kojopaka. We dig in now with our very first story. Ghana's economy expanded by 2.9% in 2023, stronger than the revised 1.5% by the Ministry of Finance. According to data from the Ghana Statistical Service, the services sector, however, contracted by 1.2%. It, however, remains the biggest size of the economy. Commenting on the development, the government statistician Professor Mokobnenim said the last quarter of 2023 recorded a higher growth rate of 3.8%, driven by the oil and gas subsectors.
According to data from the Ghana Statistical Service, industry sector contracted by 1.2% compared to 0.6% in 2022. The services sector remains the biggest contributor to the growth of the economy. Agric sector grew at the rate of 4% in 2023 compared to 4.5% in 2022. The livestock subsector recorded the biggest GDP of 4.9%, contributing the highest to agric sector growth. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kwabnenim said the last quarter of 2023, however, recorded a higher growth rate of 3.8%, driven by the oil and gas subsector.
Given the contractions in the first 3 quarters of 2023, on an annual basis, the industry sector contracted by 1.2% in 2023. The services sector started off with a 6.0 growth rate in both in the first 2 quarters of 2023, slowed down to 5.0 and 5.1 in the third and fourth quarters of 2023, culminating in a 5.5 annual growth rate for the services sector in 2023. The overall growth rate for the economy, which started with 3.1% in the first quarter of 2023, slowing down to 2.5 and 2.2% in the second and third quarters of 2023, inching up to 3.8% in the fourth quarter of 2023, and with these 4 quarters overall growth rate, the economy grew by 2.9% in the year 2023.
For the first time in more than a year, oil GDP growth of 3.8% for the last quarter of 2023 was higher than the non-oil growth rate of 3.4%. Professor Kobna Enim explains.
From an oil perspective, the economy grew by 3.8%, and from a non-oil perspective, the last quarter of 2023, the economy grew by 3.5%. In terms of a non-oil GDP growth rate, this signifies a 0.8% slowdown in the growth rate of the economy, as the economy grew by 4.2% in the last quarter of 2022, relative to the 3.4% that was recorded for the last quarter of 2023. From a trend perspective, that is since the last quarter of 2021 to the last quarter of 2023, we see that this is the first time in the last 9 months, and indeed since the second quarter of 2020, that we've seen an oil GDP higher than a non-oil GDP. The last time Ghana saw an oil GDP higher than a non-oil GDP was in the second quarter of 2020. So in the last 14 months, this is the first time that we've seen another incidence where oil GDP has grown faster than non-oil GDP in the last quarter of 2023, specifically with oil GDP growing at 3.8% and non-oil GDP growing at 3.4%.
The Ghana Statistical Service, however, indicated that these growth figures are provisional, meaning a possibility of a review in the next release.
Meanwhile, the director of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, Professor Peter Quote, is predicting the economy will witness higher growth rate for the first 3 quarters of this year, but not without job creation in the agri and industry sectors. His comment is coming at a time Ghana's economy grew by 2.9% in 2023, stronger than the revised 1.5% by the Ministry of Finance. He's been speaking to Joy Business.
All things being equal, we are likely to see higher growth rate. As we've seen in the last quarter of 2023, we're likely to see higher growth rates in the first 3 quarters and possibly the last quarter of 2024. What we cannot say for sure is the fiscal after 2024, whether we'll maintain prudent fiscal balance and therefore will not suffer the political business cycle or election business cycle as we used to in every election year. But otherwise, my expectation for 2024 is much brighter. I think we are likely to grow at a much higher pace, all things being equal.
What should the government be prioritizing based on the performances of the various sectors? What advice would you give?
I think, for me, jobs, and to enhance job creation, you need to target manufacturing, you need to target agriculture. Those are the 2 major sectors that if we're able to support the value chain, we're likely to create more jobs for our citizens. So let's look at the government has to look at agri carefully, how it's going to support, not just providing input credit, but the entire value chain, how it's going to support it with some large-scale commercial farmers to ensure that we revamp agri and grow at a much faster pace. Then industry manufacturing is key in terms of job creation. So what are we going to do to enhance industrial or manufacturing production? The cost of doing business is one major factor, ensuring electricity and other costs are kept within reasonable reach. We don't want to see new or higher taxes, but rather should make the existing tax handles more efficient and then allow industry to flourish.
You're still watching Business Life with me, Pius Kojo Baka. Now, in today's interconnected world, financial crimes pose significant threats to businesses, financial institutions, and regulatory authorities. Among these financial crimes, money laundering and the financing of terrorism have become common. In view of this, the Faculty of Accounting and Finance at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra, in partnership with the Financial Intelligence Center, is organizing training designed to provide participants with comprehensive education and understanding of the fundamentals of money laundering and terrorism financing, its implications, and the strategies employed to combat these issues. Now, joining me in studio to tell us more about this is the Dean of Accounting and Finance at the UPSA, Professor Isaac Bwedi. Thanks so much, Prof, for your time. Once again, seeing you here in our studios, our new studios, I should say. The last time we had a discussion was last Friday. Yeah, it was a great discussion we had. Again, we are back at it. Terrorism financing and money laundering. What's the link between these two?
First and foremost, let me make a correction.
Okay.
A lecturer at the Department of Banking and Finance at the University of Professional Studies.
Very well.
Of course, the program is hosted by our dean, Professor Bwedi. Now, when we talk about money laundering, it is an illicit activity where an individual or groups of individuals will obtain funds from an illegal source. Then they will try to conceal the source and make it appear as if the funds are coming from a genuine source. Now, terrorist financing, on the other hand, is just about committing resources to, financial resources to terrorist activities. Now, these two are connected because most often than not, the funds that are realized from money laundering activities are used to finance terrorist activities.
I guess then that gives us the indication as to why we are organizing this training program.
Exactly, because these two are serious problems or issues that are confronting nations globally. And it will interest you to know that about 2 to 5% of global GDP is accounted for by money laundering. So
That's
money
serious.
laundering and terrorist financing contribute about 2 to 5% of global GDP. And that is how serious it is. And the need for us to fight these two.
And you are partnering the Financial Intelligence Unit to,
exactly.
to organize this training program.
Exactly.
So tell me more about the training, basically about this program.
Yes, the training is geared towards educating the public and the participants on how we can combat these two issues of financial crime, that is money laundering and terrorist financing. So it's a 2-day program which is starting on 21st and we'll end it on the 22nd.
Starting from tomorrow, 21st?
Tomorrow, 21st, and we end it on Friday, 22nd. So participants are spanning across industry and academia. And we have speakers coming from all walks of life. We have, for instance, the keynote speaker, who is Ambassador Sena Siao Boateng, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Interior and Defense. And then we have also trainers coming from the Financial Intelligence Center and others also coming from industry to support. And the participants are mainly players in the financial services industry, people who are owning their own business. Then we also have academia, which is basically students and then the faculty.
And this will be organized at the UPSA, you say?
Exactly, at the UPSA.
At what time does it start?
The program registration actually starts at 9. And so by 10 a.m., we expect that the keynote speaker will start with her speech.
And is it for free?
Registration is absolutely free.
All right.
It's absolutely free.
Any final words you want to add?
Yes. What we want to add is that it's open to the general public, and we expect that a lot of people will come and then they will get more information and training on money laundering and terrorist financing and how we can combat these two menaces.
Dr. Musa, we are indeed grateful for your time, and
Thank
of course we shall be following up on that and of course bring up to speed on that developing story at UPSA to our audience. Thank you very much for joining me in the studio. You're still watching Business Live. Still to come on the Joy Business Van, we feature age engineering, the startup design and manufacturing agricultural machinery. And we'll hear from the CEO, Theophilus Asifu Abuaje, a young university graduate who will share his vision to industrialize Africa here on the channel with us.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Bye.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird of the night. Bird is the word of the night. Bird is the word of the night. Don't you know about the bird. Well, everybody knows that the bird is the word of which
to consider the implications.
Hello? Everybody knows that the bird is the word of which
Hello, welcome back to Business Live, and we take the van now. Theophilus Asifu Abuaje just wanted to help his mom fix her milling machines whenever they broke down. But with the skills he acquired, the university graduate is now designing and manufacturing agricultural and construction machines and helping tackle post-harvest losses in the agri sector. We feature his startup, Age Engineering, today on the Joy Business Van.
Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. MTN, what are we doing today?
Hello, Joy Business Fan. My name is Abuaji Theophilus Esifo, and I'm the founder and CEO of Age Engineering and Trading Company Limited. Welcome to our production facility.
Young, hardworking, intelligent, and self-motivated. Some adjectives that describe Theophilus Esifo Abuaje, CEO and founder of Age Engineering.
This whole thing was not part of my dream. You know, I wanted to become a bank manager when I was a little kid, or either a manager or a businessman, because I grew up seeing my dad do his own thing and then seeing my mom do her own thing. They are business people. So while I was growing up, I wanted to take the path of my dad, becoming a businessman or becoming a banker, or let's say a bank manager.
Although Theophilus' dream was to do business, he never got the opportunity to study anything related to that in school. He completed the University of Ghana with a degree in social work and sociology. So, how did engineering come into the picture?
While I was on campus, more times I come home and then I go to my uncle. He is a welder. Okay, so he doesn't do fabrication, machinery fabrication. He does burglar proofs and balustrades and all that. So I just usually go there to pay a visit. So one day I was just there and then I felt like I should learn how to weld because it was interesting how they strike the electrode and then the fire comes out and all that. So I told him I wanted to learn. Then he told me that I should just focus on my education because this kind of job is for, you know, people who are not educated, who have not been to school.
Theophilus was still determined. One of the reasons to help his mom, who is into the milling business. Whenever her machine broke down, she had to look for welders.
And I said, oh, so why don't I learn the welding, really learn the welding? And then when there is a challenge, instead of going out to bring welders to come and fix the problem and pay them, why don't I get a welding machine and then learn the welding very well and, you know, be doing the fixing the challenges for her. So that was where the whole thing started from. I started going online, learning how to weld. That was how I mastered how to weld. Then I got the opportunity to study, do some internship with Ascent and Arts. It's a fabrication company in town. So I went there for 1 month. And that was where they taught us really how to use, you know, square, how to use a whole lot of the tools. So that was where I mastered it.
Now, Theophilus had to put what he had learned into practice.
So one day I came home and then I looked critically at the machine that my mom uses. And I said, this machine looks very simple. I can do it. And then she started laughing at me. I was still in school then. And then she started laughing at me. She said, there is no way you can do it. If you want to do it, why don't you defer and go and do engineering? I said, no, I'm almost in level 3. Why do I defer? I'm almost in level 3. Why do I defer and then go and study engineering? So I kept pursuing my course. But I was also learning, the welding online. So I started fixing her machine when it breaks down and all that.
From fixing broken machines, Theophilus wanted to challenge himself. He decided to attempt manufacturing a machine from scratch.
One day, I looked for boxes, and then I'll go and look at the machine that is there, and then I'll replicate it with the box. So in no time, I think after 2 weeks, I had built a complete machine, but with boxes, and it would not be able to work. My mom just looked at it and she started laughing. She said, you think building machine with metal is the same as, building with boxes?
Theophilus was undeterred.
I kept my faith on. I didn't give up. So that was when the whole feeling, of wanting to build machine came from. When I realized that I was successful in building one fufu mill machine with boxes, and it looks exactly as the one that has been bought or purchased from outside. That was where the whole desire started from.
Next time, how Theophilus moved from boxes to building machines. The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. MTN, what are we doing today?
And that's it for Business Life. I am Pius Kojobaka. See you same time tomorrow. Bye.
This coming Easter Monday is Love FM Family Party in the Park. 1st April 2024, Rotary Party, Bayer the Dead. So start putting plans together and let's have the biggest family picnic experience ever. Where are my bubbly little kiddy bobs, nyakapums, papas, we will make available all the kids playing items: trampoline, bouncy castles, electric train, merry-go-round, stationary airplane, horse race, face painting, TV games. For all the adults in Kumasi, get ready for the adult corner. Get your dancing shoes on with some electrifying live band music. Date is Easter Monday, 1st April 2024 at the Rotary Park, Denyame. Rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis, 8 a.m. sharp. The Love FM Family Party in the Park. Easter edition. We simply can't wait.
We know the dream is big. We know the passion gets you going. And you have the potential to make great strides. The Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, has always been an avid supporter of industry excellence and innovation. This is why we are excited to announce the CIMG Professional Marketing Qualifications. CIMG has designed practical courses to help you make that dream a reality right here in Ghana. We are geared up and ready to support you on this journey to becoming a world-class professional marketer. Register today and be on your way to greatness. For more information, call us on 055-274-6592. Visit our website www.cimghana.org or email us on info@cimghana.org. Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, working for Ghana.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away. Otoko, oye huti aketo, akuko besa, namidia, ninyara womo. Honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
New effective for relief from cough, sore throat and throat irritation. New Honey Cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, Ron 95 from Petrosol is all I always use. And when I put it in my baby,
Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change interval, and cleaner environment. Okay, I'm fine. The car and the Petrosol Zukai. Zaka chiga badeni.
Why? Premium product. Clean fuel in full quantity. Long lasting and above all, peace of mind. Use more Petrosol premium products. Bye.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Bye.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird of the night. Bird is the bird of the night. Bird is the bird of the night. Don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the bird of the night. Bird is the bird of the night.
To consider the implications.
Them sit. That you said were the ones who brought this to your office as the president, is that you are trying to extend your term in office. They described it as a constitutional coup, and some of them opined that it's because you are trying to get either your preferred candidate or your political party ready for the upcoming election, and you are not ready for that.
There are a lot of accusations. I'm very surprised. I'm really surprised and even hurt by the accusations that are being made against me. We must not take what people say on social media or in the press and believe it is a reflection of the democratic reality of Senegal. But we'll see what happens on Sunday. The people are sovereign. The people are going to vote. And the people have seen the candidates and which one can best represent Senegal with stability and towards development. And I think, objectively, that is the candidate of the majority who presents the best profile today, Mr. Amadouba.
But when you are trying to unseat the former President Abdoulaye Wade, you had the room to campaign. You had the room to compete then as a candidate, Mr. President. But your political opponents, at least 3 that I can mention, haven't seemed to enjoy the same rights over the last 4 years. Why is that?
They are not challenging me.
They are not challenging me. They are not competing with me. I'm not running for another term in 2024, and I have been saying that for a very long time, at least since July, and even well before that. Now, just because you're a politician doesn't mean you are not accountable to the law. You can't make accusations like this against me. That's what they're saying on the street, and now they want to pin that on me.
Well, just to give you some perspective, Ian, on some of the issues that emerged from that particular interview, and I'll start first on the regional front. We talked a bit about the activities of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, this 15-member bloc formed back in 1975 that's been under a lot of pressure over the last 3 years or so. And President Sall rallied in support of ECOWAS, stating that if there was ever a time to support ECOWAS, it's now. He explained and understood, of course, the challenges that the regional bloc has been going through, but he said because of the unity that it brings about for West African nations, because of the challenges that various West African nations have been facing that ECOWAS helps to bring solutions for, he feels that now is a time to consolidate the gains that have been made. Despite accusations made that ECOWAS has proved ineffective in reining in military juntas in the Sahel, and also, you know, a double speak or hypocrisy in how ECOWAS deals with different nations, and an inability to enforce a standard of democracy in the region. He still says ECOWAS is relevant and still a force for good in the region. But Ian, also on the local front, you know, you had some of the conversation there regarding the politics of this country. After 12 years in office, the president was categorical that on the 2nd of April, he will not overstay his term in office, so to speak. He will retire whether or not a decision has been made after the election on the 24th of March, and the Constitution will determine who might hold fort in case there is a runoff. He defended himself in the decision to delay the election, stating that it's concerns raised by parliamentarians over the composition of the presidential list that led to all this. And he pulled out a copy of the Constitution in his attempt to show that he has followed the Constitution, the letter and the spirit of it in all the activities that he has done. And it's up to our audiences now to react and respond to what the president had to say in that interview.
Now, Wahiga, just before I let you go, the exclusive conversation has actually aired on multiple BBC platforms. What kind of reactions have you seen? Have you come across, especially from the Senegalese who are just about to go to vote?
Well, Ian, with about 4 days to the election, you can imagine the high-spirited reactions they've been. Some Senegalese, of course, are happy to hear what the president had to say and that those questions were posed to him. But of course, you know, in a political atmosphere like this one, some political rhetoric will come out, and I'll not go into that right now. So the reviews have been varied, but it's very important to bring that out in terms of, I think what really assured many is the assurances that, one, the election will go on, because some voters have been expressing caution. They're not sure if it's going to happen or not, and I think a sense came out that indeed it is happening. The president will exit on the 2nd of April, and you know, the next man or woman to take over will then have the role to shepherd this country into the future and to deal with the challenges of jobs, inflation, and all others that, you know, are on the in tray of the presidency, Ian.
And Wahiga, just briefly, he says he'll leave office on the 2nd of April, regardless of how the election goes. Are there fears that perhaps there might be a vacuum?
Indeed, and we've spoken to various analysts about this because, of course, with the election happening this Sunday and provisional results that would give a sense of who's leading expected within the next week or so, so by Friday or Saturday of the following week, what happens if there's a runoff, if no candidate achieves the 50% majority vote that is required for that? There are 19 presidential candidates, 5 at least who've been very active in campaigns, some who took a bit of a backseat from what we've observed so far. But in the likely event of a runoff, and it's not the first time it will have happened in this country, there definitely will not have been a head of state or a man or woman sworn in by the 2nd of April. And that's what he was addressing by saying the Constitution, Parliament will determine who takes charge for that period in acting capacity until a new individual is sworn in as president.
Thank you very much, Wahiga, for that. And of course, we'll keep you up to speed in what has been described as Senegal's most defining presidential elections. Now, still to come, we have the second of our special reports on the Sudan crisis. The BBC has uncovered harrowing evidence of the violence experienced by women in the ongoing conflict.
Yesterday, 19-year-old Amina found out that she is pregnant. Within minutes, she will begin an abortion, desperately hoping that her family never knows.
It happened in Sudan. I'm not married and I was a virgin, except for the incident that happened.
This young woman, whose name we have changed, was trying to flee fighting in her hometown when she was captured, held for a day, and repeatedly raped.
I didn't tell anyone, and I don't think anyone knows.
The UN says the sexual violence experienced by women like Amina is a defining characteristic of the conflict in Sudan and has been used as a weapon of war. Amina is one of more than 600,000 people who have fled Sudan for camps like this one in neighboring Chad. She was helped by the international charity Médecins Sans Frontières. But other voluntary groups have also sprung up to support the large number of women who have been affected by either physical violence or sexual attacks. It's a side of the conflict that's not often seen, but we have been given privileged access to join this group and film a meeting run by Zahra. Mariamu is a former university student who has been speaking to Zahra. She was attacked by armed men in her home in Sudan. When she called for help, they fired a bullet inches away from her mother as she tried to stop what was happening.
Zahara spends time with me at home. She talks to me. She says what happened to you happened to a lot of people, and you must be strong and positive.
Women have been victims of violence across Sudan during the civil war. The fighting has also seen a resurgence of a bloody ethnic conflict. 20 years ago, the UN says 300,000 members of the Black African community were killed in the Darfur region amidst accusations of genocide. Much of the violence against women in Sudan during the current conflict has been blamed on the Rapid Support Forces and its allies. In a chilling online video, one prominent member sets out why he feels fighters have the right to assault women.
As for raping or not raping, if we rape your daughter or your girl, it's an eye for an eye. This is our country and this is our right, and we took it.
The Rapid Support Forces told us the majority of accusations against it are untrue, but its troops are held accountable when incidents occur. But Zahra says Black African women are being targeted in Darfur.
This is because rape leaves an impact on society and the family. They used it as a weapon of revenge.
With this conflict, cases of sexual violence are widespread. But this is a taboo topic here and comes with a lot of shame and stigma. This means that those who speak out or seek medical attention are only a fraction of those who are affected. Ordinary women are paying the price for the brutality which has been unleashed by the conflict in Sudan. With no end in sight, many more people could end up suffering in silence. Marcy Juma, BBC News, on the Chad-Sudan border.
Earlier, I spoke to Hala Al-Karib, a Sudanese rights activist and the Regional Director, Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa. I began by asking her how prevalent the use of sexual violence is as a weapon of war in the Sudanese conflict.
This particular conflict in Sudan, this ugly war that's happening in Sudan, from day one, it's proven to be about using women's bodies as a strategy of war. And it's about, violence against women and girls, which is extensively used as a tool, to force civilians out of their homes and to use cities and villages as a battleground. The situation when it comes to sexual violence against women and girls, it's beyond anybody's imaginations. It's proven to be the core feature of Sudan war.
What other forms of abuse have been used against women in the conflict that's nearly 12 months now?
Sexual violence is central. Women have been raped inside their homes in every city that was invaded by the Rapid Support Forces. Little girls were forced to marry RSF soldiers in rural areas. Communities are trying to, because they are so hopeless. You are using civilians who are not armed and you are occupying civilian territories. And so women were used to intimidate communities, and little girls were abducted and taken to unknown locations for weeks. That was documented in several parts of the country. Torture and maltreatments and forcing women to do work, for the armed militia. It's also quite prevalent.
In the midst of all this conflict, are the victims able to access any form of justice or medical care?
That's the biggest crisis. There is an absolute neglection by international actors to what Sudanese women are encountering. There is no, the services that's provided is extremely minimal, and women in war zone areas, they are finding serious difficulties to access those services. Access to protocol, access to sexual and reproductive health services is extremely limited.
So how would you say this issue is being dealt with, and how can these women be protected against such vices?
We really need to start addressing the current conflict in Sudan as, through an atrocity framework. this is not only a war between two belligerents. This is, a systemic campaign of atrocities that's happening against civilians, against women, and against children. Until now, there is no protection areas or territories for civilians to go to. Everywhere could be subjected into an attack, and communities and civilians are quite exposed.
Now, just a reminder of today's top story. Senegal will head to the polls this weekend in what's considered to be one of the country's most defining presidential elections. Some fear that Senegal's reputation as the beacon of democracy in what is a volatile region has been damaged. However, in an interview with the BBC, President Macky Sall has refused to apologize for the violent backlash following the election delay. President Sall has insisted he will not stay a day longer, even if Sunday's vote leads to no outright winner. That's it for us. Feel free to get in touch with me and some of the team on social media. I am at Ian_Ofula. Well, that's all from the program. From me and the rest of Focus on Africa team, goodbye.
Hello, good evening, welcome to our front. My guest tonight is the Paramount Chief of Pulima in the Sisala West District of the Upper West Region of the Republic of Ghana. The Paramount Chief is a prominent man to a place full of grain and history, but beset by some problems too. Pulima Quarry, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond.
I hope you are doing well.
I'm fine.
It's a place that many may not know much about.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we've heard of Sisala, we know the Upper West, but we'll get to the history of Pulima Quarry.
Okay.
Let's start first and foremost with you being on the skin for, say, 5 years. How has it been?
There's been, I would say, bittersweet. It's a skin that has been vacant for almost 20 years before I was nominated and skinned. After the passing of my late father, Kuro Punya Nangpa II, in July 1998. He died in the evening around 9 p.m. on the 16th of July, 1998. I was then a young teacher trainee in my final year at the Tumu Training College, then now Tumu College of Education. Since then, the issue of who gets to occupy the noble skin became disputed, and it took almost 20 years before the issue was resolved at the Regional House of Chiefs on October 4th, 2017.
Oh, I see.
I was then working at Peace Corps. It's an agency under the U.S. Embassy.
That's true.
As a volunteer trainer. I had worked there from 2013 to 2018 because of the skin that I was kind of grabbed against all my threats and kicking. I was asked to come and serve my people. So fast forward, I was at skin July 28th. And wanted to be outdoored, but there were some challenges. We had to wait. The case traveled to the National House of Chiefs for an appeal. And again, the committee members, 5 of them unanimously, affirmed the decision of the Judicial Committee of the Upper West Regional House of Chiefs. So we're given the opportunity to outdoor. After the skinment is done indoors. There are rituals that you go through, but they will have to come and show you to the public. So on July 21st, 2019, I was outdoored to the whole public. In fact, the program was well attended with Togo Afede fully represented.
The then National House of Chiefs.
Yes, by the Sakote Naba, Sigri Naba Bawon of Sakote, then Upper East Regional President of the Upper East Regional House of Chiefs. The Regional House of Chiefs in Upper West were also fully represented, and they came in their numbers. All the stakeholders, including the regional minister and others. All my traditional area chiefs and queen mothers were in full regalia, and then it was a fanfare. Fast forward, we've moved to the Supreme Court. Our skin dispute traveled all the way to the Supreme Court. And 2019, I think they filed in 2019, 2021, we appeared first. And it also took us up to 14 February, just last month, to get it concluded. 5 of the Supreme Court justices affirmed the decision of the Regional House of Chiefs, the National House of Chiefs, and dismissed the appeal entirely.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, now it's settled, right?
Yeah, it's settled.
Now, it will be interesting now to know Pulima itself.
Yes.
What's the history of this town?
Pulima is one of the communities of the Gandabe clan.
Okay.
And it is the traditional capital of the Pulima traditional area. As I'm the paramount chief of Pulima traditional area, I'm also the president of the Pulima Traditional Council. Sometimes in local parlance referred to as Gandabe.
Okay.
That's the clan group name. Pulima happened to be a clan sharing our totem with Silbele, Kopoloma, Kandia, some parts of Gulu, and Kuala, all in Sisala West.
Yeah, some of
district.
the names sound familiar. Golu, for example.
Golu is the hometown of His Excellency late President Liman.
Liman, yes. I think that's how
A chunk of his people actually share the same clan with me.
Okay.
We call ourselves the Gamviera clan.
Gamviera
clan.
Okay.
And among the Gamviera clan, I am privileged to be the paramount chief among all the Gamviera clan in the Sisala land. So the Gandabe, as we call it, is a community of 9, 10, 11 that come under my jurisdiction. And since 2019, we have been looking at the way forward of the traditional area vis-a-vis the development agenda of the Sisala West district, and for that matter, the government of Ghana.
So how many subunits are under your paramountcy?
Currently, we have 9 under me. 2 more communities that we call Bulo and Warko that we are looking at bringing their new settlements that have been there, and we're looking at how to bring them on board. If they all come on board, that will be 11 communities in all.
I would ask about the living conditions of the people there.
Yes.
But let me start with first economic activity. I understand this is an area known for grain production.
Yes.
Of course, the temperatures are changing. Climate change has made it almost impossible to rely on previous temperatures and plan with that. How is this impacting economic activity in the area?
Well, I am a professional auditor.
Okay.
But I'm also a farmer.
Oh, interesting.
Because I'm looking at the competitive advantage of where I come from. Last year, I did about 70 acres of maize. That's on the lower side. My direct younger brother is doing in thousands.
Okay.
I think last year they did 2,000 plus.
Maize.
Maize, acres. So my acreage, I did the plowing somewhere early July. And by September ending, I was supposed to be concluding on farming activities, but the rain suddenly stopped.
Okay.
So this is a clear impact of the climate change
on your activity.
On my farming activities. And a whole lot of other commercial farmers hit the hitch last year because of the short span of the rains in the Sisala area.
Was that too unexpected?
Somehow not, but it kind of like, usually it goes into the first, second week of October. So when they kind of started drizzling, no heavy rains after September, we saw that we didn't expect it. So a lot of people are counting their losses, including my humble self. It takes a lesson. The changes are clear. The heat is too high. These days you can't even sleep in the room. You have to come out. If you are not using an AC, even the fan doesn't help.
Oh, I see.
So because of that, you are aware the proverbial Sisala man and charcoal burning. We have taken that as our profession in those days. I and my chiefs were forced to ban burning of charcoal using particular species of our trees.
Oh, I see.
Namely,
as protecting the environment.
Yes, as protecting the environment. We took the decision last year in the Gandawe Naba Hilme Festival, which your station Joy reported through your correspondent in Upper West Region, Rafik Salam. We ban it, and it's yielding results. As it stands now, if even a rainstorm brings down a shea tree or African locust tree, popularly known as dawa dawa, which is very important for our local seasoning. It's a nice local seasoning that our mothers used to cook for us.
Yeah, I know that.
Yes. Yeah. Dawa dawa and shea are banned from my traditional area, and Golu and Zini traditional area have followed suit to ban the activities of charcoal burners using those two particular economic trees.
Okay, that's the shea and
dawa dawa. And we are happy that we are collaborating with the District Assembly and the Forestry Commission. And lucky for me, I happen to work there. I work with the Forestry Commission as the auditor there. So I have to know one or two officers who are doing so well in helping to curb this menace. In fact, we are able to reduce the rate at which our endangered species of shea and dawa dawa are fast depleting.
It's very interesting. I mean, the people comply with these directives, right?
They do.
Because
there were 3 isolated incidents. And the traditional area pursued those individuals and kept vigil at the sites those trees were brought down, and the people never returned.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you monitored?
We monitored. We had unit committee and task force that have been put in place at the cost of the traditional council to monitor and get culprits who defied the ban to deplete our environment. And we've achieved some results.
Is this primarily to protect the environment or to protect economic activity in the area?
Not economic activity. In fact, the first and foremost is protect the environment.
Okay.
And second is to protect the endangered species of economic trees.
Oh, okay.
Because if we are not careful, in say 20 years, 30 years time, our children may not even know the African locust tree, the dawa dawa tree, because it is fast going.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's fast going.
I thought we had a plan to do afforestation.
Yes, so this year, forestry, I think the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission introduced a program called the CREMA, the CREMA program, where shea seedlings that have been researched and early maturing are being introduced on pilot basis to start nursing and taking care of them. Hopefully, in a short while, I think they're about 2 to 3 to 5 years maturing. So if you plant them in 5 years' time, they are going to start fruiting. And that is a good initiative that I have chaired that program. Okay. And I encourage them to do. In fact, we even ask for more other economic trees like tamarind and the baobab, which are almost extinct. If you do a research on tamarind and the benefits of tamarind to what we consume is so enormous. If you do that of baobab, the seed, the powder, the leaves, I was so amazed to know what they can do to our health, and those are going. And these are trees that can outlive about 5 generations. Baobab can do about 500 years. Oh, tamarind also about the same period. So if we're able to, so I have requested seedlings to plant them in my name, so that long after I'm gone, they can refer to it and say, this is the initiative of the paramount chief of Poloma when he was on the skin.
It's interesting. When you talk about standards of living, right? Because you're talking about economic activity.
Yes.
There. What's the standard of living of the people there, generally?
Generally, we are peasant farmers. It's now that some people, about 90 plus of our people are farmers, peasant farmers for that matter. But we have recently gained a name in producing the best in grains. You may have heard it. Okay. I attended a program where the regional minister, Dr. Hafiz Bin Saleh, addressed us and said, the Sisala area alone produces the best quality maize and soya in the country. And not just the best quality maize and soya, we also produce the highest quantities. And that if Ghana were to experience any grain challenges, the Sisala area alone can feed the country for 18 months uninterrupted. Really? Yes, that's how best we are doing.
By peasant farmers?
By peasant farmers. The women have come on board, and they are doing so much. You see women that are owning about 2-3 acreages, and they are doing well. Hitherto, it was men who are doing the farming. Women used to do groundnuts and okra and those vegetable things and soupy nuts. This time we have graduated. I have my women.
Is there with support from government projects like Planting for Food and Jobs?
Exactly.
You get support from those programs?
That much we can't. The
seedlings,
the seedlings, fertilizer. Seedlings. When it started, seedlings were subsidized. I remember when government took subsidies off the seedling, the seeds. A small portion that can do an acre went from about 300 Ghana cedis to about 800.
Okay.
So you
that's
see
a massive impact.
That's a massive impact. People will not be able to buy. So the first phase of the Planting for Food and Jobs actually helped with the subsidy on seeds, subsidy on other inputs like the fertilizer and the other implements.
Yes.
Knapsack sprayers.
As in farming implements, yeah.
Yes, weedicides and all those things came down. So it was affordable for our women, even as they are peasant farmers, to take part and do small. And the yield suddenly increased. I used to do about 10 acres, and average yield was like 5-6 without improved seeds. When the improved seeds came, we're doing between 18 and 25, 100 kg per acre.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm not talking from hearsay. I'm talking as a person
who is leading the charge on their own.
Last year, if I had my food, I'll show in my gallery when I was holding a cutlass and in my hat and Wellington boots in the farm doing some hard work under the sun. So it's not just looking at people working. I participate personally to get things done.
So this does not mean that you don't have any problems at all in your economic activity being farming. What are the major problems besetting your quest to farm and produce food to feed the rest of us in this country?
I think the subsidy came and it helped a lot of us.
As in the subsidy from the Planting for Food and Jobs?
For food and jobs. This time around, last year, it wasn't the same. I did acres about 70, and the seed alone per an acre went from averagely 400 Ghana cedis to about 1,400 cedis per acre. You need about 3.5 of those small ones. That was going for 800 cedis times 3. That's about 1,800 for an acre, just for the seeds. The fertilizer was about 250 Ghana cedis previous years. Last year, it sold at 480 Ghana cedis. So these increments actually hit our women folk more because they couldn't afford to buy more inputs to do that. So a lot of them went into...
Have you been told why?
Well,
the subsidies stopped coming.
I think it's all about liquidity challenges and government. Okay. We are only conjecturing.
This is just planting for food and
jobs.
This
is just planting for food and
But
jobs.
I thought they said they had finished phase 1 and doing phase 2.
They are doing phase 2. I think they just said farmers should register.
Yes.
I think yesterday.
That's
or
true.
So.
Recently.
So when I get back, I'll register myself and encourage my people to register.
So this lack of subsidy now, how is it affecting farming?
Yeah. So grains production by quantities will come down, as I just realized. Last year, a lot of the women diverted to soya. Maize will come down, and a lot more of the men diverted to sesame. We call it jama.
Okay.
It's a very little seed that produces very nutritious oil, and you can use it to do soup, like agushi. And so they are tiny.
That's what they...
Sesame. That one, you don't apply anything.
Oh, okay. So it can grow on its own.
So a lot of farmers diversified their activities to sesame, and some more did soya. These are crops that do not immediately go on fire for immediate family consumption. We sell these things, and if you are not selling, you are using it for example, soya is also used as a replacement or for dawa. They use it to do that dawa seasoning. So apart from soup and some seasoning, these other two crops are not able to do what maize is doing, what millet is doing, what sorghum is doing. And all these others, you will need these farm inputs like fertilizer and weedicides and other things to be able to do more.
But is there promise that they are going to reinstate those?
We don't know now. I think there's the phase 2 is talking about mechanization, making tractor services available and all of that. One other thing about tractor services, which we didn't even talk about, is the beginning of the farming season. You have to get a tractor to go and plow for you.
That's true.
The increment in their fees based on the prices of fuel going up and all of that impacted a lot on the farmers. I think that the last time I did an acre was going for 120 cedis. Last year was almost 300 in some areas. Some people, they know you. My younger brother has about 2 tractors. So he comes and he does. I said, friends and family pay, then business thrives. So you plow, I pay mine, because we're all doing business. So, and it's difficult to maintain the tractor if you don't charge realistic plowing prices. So they go ahead and increase from say 150 to 250, 300 last year. We don't know what the farming season will bring this time when it comes to tractor services. But the government is trying to provide, I'm told, that mechanized centers so that people can pick from the pool and then they can plow for everyone interested.
Now, it's a bit of a mixed bag here. So these needs were being taken care of previously, but it appears to be waning off with time.
Yes.
Is it getting people less interested in farming, or they are diversifying rather, as you mentioned in some cases?
The challenge actually this time, the youth have seen farming to be lucrative, so they are joining. But those who did farming last year actually saw, even as we speak, there are thousands of bags of maize and soya that are lying in warehouses without buyers.
Oh, really?
A bag of maize now is less than 400 cedis, which is less than a bag of fertilizer. A bag of fertilizer, Yara, chemical, and others are in between the range of 400 plus to 500.
Is that bad? I thought that was going to make food cheaper.
Yes, but at the expense of the farmer.
Oh, I see.
The farmers won't be able to break even, and they will not be able to do more. So eventually production is going to dwindle, and quantities will suddenly reduce.
So what's preventing people from buying the maize? I mean, this is an urgent question that many people are interested in. If people in Accra complain that they are not getting enough food to eat, what's preventing people from buying the maize so that it's kept up the constant prices that they are supposed to be?
I think this belongs to market forces.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure whether I'm able to answer.
But
I want to believe.
Has there always been ready market available for your maize?
Yes, in the past, yes. The competition was even very high.
So
you can be buying in the morning,
maize?
And others will come in and buy more.
Okay.
I'm told there is a ban on some of the things to the Sahelian countries.
Oh, as in the exportation outside the country.
Where they used to come and buy.
Okay.
Somebody also tried to insinuate the challenges of governance in among our neighbors.
Okay, so the coup d'etats
and things are now beginning to take a toll on our economic activities.
Okay, so you don't only sell to down south markets. Yes. You also sell to neighboring countries too.
Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting. I did not know that.
There's a big market in Leo province, Burkina Faso, which is just about 18 kilometers away from my traditional area.
Oh, that's interesting. Closer than Accra, anyway.
Yes, very close. So you get people going small carts across. But the people also come all the way from Kumasi, Tachimain, Wenchi, Banda, all the way to Burkina Faso to engage in this.
So it's possible that food is cheaper now?
In the traditional area and the whole of Sisala land, if you are buying a bag of maize to do food vending, you are going to get the raw materials at a lower rate.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I don't know. The poultry industry used to take part in the buying as well.
Yeah, because they have to feed.
As we are today, there's only one company called WAC that is doing buying and storing in the whole of the Sisala. And because there are less competitors, they kind of try to fix the pricing as they want or they so wish. Farmers are very reluctant to sell, but they have needs they need to take care of. So I think last week, one of the national best farmers, second runner-up, one of them, John Dema, he said he has thousands, about 15,000 bags of maize alone in his warehouse, looking for buyers. He's not getting. If he tells you...
Is it because the price is not good?
The price is not good. So if you sell at those prices, you wouldn't even break even.
Okay.
So or you will run at a loss, and you will not be able to return to the farm as expected. So they are looking forward to at least break even and make some small profit, pay their handworks.
Is government aware of these issues?
I should think so. Once they are making news, government should have, as well through the appropriate departments of Ministry of
because
Agriculture.
It appears to government there is abundance.
There's lots of, it's a clout, I will put it that way, back home.
To the detriment of the farmer?
To the detriment of the farmer. But for now, we will say it's good. But eventually, it's like the proverbial saying of the monkey and the farmer, that the day the monkey heard, the one who chases him off his farm, maize farm is dead. He celebrated hysterically, only to realize the next season there were no maize because the farmer had died. So if we say the food is in abundance, it is true for now, but in future it will not be, because all the farmers would have run at a loss and they cannot pay their bank loans and they will not be farming to feed us.
That's an interesting perspective I've not heard many explain or elucidate on this rather important economic activity. And for areas like yours, that's heavily dependent on farming and the proceeds from that. We mentioned markets.
Yes.
Transportation of foods have to be done through roads.
Yes.
In your traditional area and adjoining areas, what's the road situation there? the quality, the standard of the road network in these areas?
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. As for the road situation, I think the least said about it, the better. The Upper West region and the Upper East region are the only regional capitals that are not connected by tar roads in the whole country.
Oh, really?
Yes. And the Sisala area is hard hit because the most deplorable part of these two regions happen to be in the Sisala area. And rather paradoxically, when the EU farm access roads was given government about 600 plus kilometers to benefit farming communities, the prolific producers of Ghana's grain were excluded from this package. That erupted spontaneous reaction amongst the people of the Sisala land, led by the youth. Zinikoro and myself, Tumukoro and others were part of those that visited Accra.
Okay.
In fact, we went to see the regional minister, and he led us to see the Minister of Roads and Agriculture. And they agreed that it was not properly done, and assured the people of the Sisala that the government and the nation will be shooting itself on the foot if the areas that produce a major chunk of our grains is left out of the EU-funded agri-access rules. We have since been hoping that something will come. They've done some feasibility studies on about 300 kilometers of roads in the Sisala area, but we are yet to see axe to the ground so that we can put our hands and eyes and say, this is what is happening. But the chiefs have followed up with the youth groups. I have personally also visited the president with my chiefs to appeal to him to join the Upper West and Upper East region via tar road. That appeal was accepted as a genuine call and legitimate call to the government to do that. As we speak today, there are two companies that are working on the stretch between Tumu and Jeffisi. Between Jeffisi and Hen is the other very deplorable part, given to one company called Green something something. I'm not too sure about the name. They haven't started yet, and it is their portion that is very bad. So the two companies, that's Ascal and Marapoma, are doing a wonderful job as it stands today. When I was coming here, I drove through that road, and the contractors are on it. I saw bitumen containers and I saw chippings. They are getting ready to put the first layer and all of that. But that stretch is not enough. It's just like 1/3 of the portion that they are supposed to.
They are working on.
Yes.
That's not the only thing you've been speaking to the president about. Somewhere in November 2020,
yes,
you and some sub-chiefs had met the executive president of the republic and asked for, is it a technical or vocational institute? Yes, one of them, right? I read somewhere.
Yes.
You had asked for a technical or vocational institute. Why was that needed in the first place?
Thank you. My outdooring in July 2021, actually I told the gathering that came that having been off the scene for 20 years, it means that you have to do double what others are doing.
Yes.
And I have realized that we all attended these grammar schools. It's not helping much. The system is choked. So if you want to educate your people, now let them do the psychomotor skills. So TVET comes very best option. So when I met the president, I asked to be given a TVET school that will train our youth in handiwork so that they can have employable skills on their own and to be able to do more than waiting to be employed by government or a private company, and for that matter. A lot of the youth I gathered to go attend a technical school in Wa. Currently, they are doing the artisanal work. Some are into carpentry and joinery. Some are into bricklaying, mortar. Some are into electrical engineering. In fact, last 2 weeks, I made one of them to come and check why my house was not functioning well.
So they are delivering already?
They are delivering already.
Okay.
So it's a sign to tell you if you have a lot of them, then something. One of my cousins.
It's interesting. You met the president and you didn't ask for a V8. You met the president, you didn't ask for personal things for yourself.
No.
But rather a school to train the young people in your area.
Yes. I know that a V8 comes at even a cost to you that you can maintain. If your people are poor, then everybody will rely on you.
That's true.
If they are able to feed themselves, then you are free. Then the community is going to, what I have learned is that to develop the society, you develop the unit. If the units are better off, then the aggregate, which is the society,
will be better
off.
Did the president agree to grant the school?
The president said yes. It's a laudable call, and he will speak to the appropriate authorities to do that.
But this is 2020.
This is 2020.
We are in 2024.
November. But you know, we're not very lucky. The day
COVID
we
came.
visited the presidency, the next day we lost His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings.
Oh, I see. Yes.
On November 12th.
Yeah.
So our news didn't fly well.
Okay.
So it's good that we are getting to remind His Excellency the President that the promise he made to the people of the Pulma traditional area, and for that matter, the Sisala West district, there's still opportunity for him to redeem it before he leaves office.
Because you talked about young people, I want to drum in on these points. First and foremost, what's the unemployment situation in the area, especially for younger, youthful, vibrant people?
One of the reasons I'm actually looking for TVET, a lot of the young people complete school and they are all waiting to be employed by government. As I sit, on daily basis, I receive calls, visits, and WhatsApp text messages appealing to me to get them fixed in terms of job opportunities. As a chief, I don't have a company yet, so I haven't created any jobs. So you will have to rely on those who have access to the top to do whatever. A few of them you are able to push through, but say if 100 people contact you and you are able to do just 2, that's so appalling. But you can't do much.
That's true.
It is because they have no many employable skills. We all have read the books, how to speak good English, and know how to make good products.
Okay.
So I want to give a paradigm shift to see whether we can use our hands more, and that's the reason I went for TVET.
It appears an interesting point on that. And so, yes, TVET, wonderful idea, TVET promotional in all of the other areas. And this government has been promoting a lot of TVET too.
Yes.
So perhaps they will get to understand you and feel the connection required at this level. We mentioned slightly the share production issue.
Yes.
We did, right?
Yes, we did.
We did. But we dwelt a lot more on the maize and the other production.
Yes,
when it comes to share, what are the difficulties in having a full-fledged industry rolling out in that part of the country, in your own area?
In fact, when I met His Excellency the President, one of the things I actually appealed to him for is to give us a share processing plant to augment the effort of our women, and as I call them, rural women, in their quest to help in the economy of Ghana. And to do that, I allocated land for such a plant to happen. In fact, I even spoke to some non-governmental organizations, and the Vice President's wife, Her Excellency Samira Bomia, I visited her office and appealed to her. She has an NGO that can also help in that. So I have already made land available, and we are hoping that soon or later they will come and then let us start talking business.
Oh, that would be very interesting.
Yeah.
You already provided land.
Yes, I've already provided land.
But are there private entities interested in these developments?
We are talking to some other groups. Last 3 months, I met a group that said they were interested in women, and not just only share, but granite. They also want women to do granite. We just commissioned a granite plant that will turn granite into this granite cake called kuli-kuli. The granite oil that is more even water soluble than the synthetic oils that we are producing and all of that.
Oh, I see.
So I chaired a program that inaugurated one of them and handed to the community women. So we are hoping that as they ease in, they will dovetail into share as well. And maybe we'll get a plant and then we'll start producing share that can give us. It's so healthy. I attended a workshop in Tamale where they tell us share that we see it to be solid, they can actually process it to be what? Liquid, all along without sleeping in quotes. So share, acetylene, and others, those are technical names. Mr. Idi, the program director of NDA, and now deputy chief.
What's your relationship with the district assembly like, and are they really helping out?
District assembly is willing, but as they are not able because of the challenges, lack of resources. But they are actually willing to come on board and take care of what women, especially women that are interested in. If you want any economy to do well in the rural areas, involve the women. They are doing a lot. You appear to be saying there's a lot of women empowerment happening there. Yes, we are doing the little we can, but we need more. Like Oliver Twist will always say.
That's interesting. Yes,
they are doing more. We want to do more.
So, I mean, as a paramount chief, as a man who's in charge of a paramountcy, do you get the impression that enough is being done to help your people? I don't think so. Why? We are doing the bit we can. The central government, the district assembly, NGOs. Every now and then we write out to NGOs, we write out to government. When I say not enough, you make a request. I remember in our economic class they tell us that resources are finite. Yeah. But the human being, we have our needs and wants to be insatiable. So you will have to compete to get the little resources that we all have. So I have come to realize that if you are not that vociferous to get on the nerves of the leadership, you may not get the proverbial cake. Okay, to your portion of the cake may not come to you. So we are appealing and continuing to appeal to stakeholders to not forget the Sisala people, to not forget the Poloma traditional area, and come to the aid of our women and the youth. Okay. So that the saying that the future belongs to the youth is not just a cliche. How have conditions in the area? We appeal to the president to give us a polyclinic. Okay, you don't have a polyclinic? We don't have. We have a chase compound. We have a chase compound now. And for your information, just last week I held a meeting with my stakeholders, and we are taking a self-initiative to build a maternity block. Okay. And we are asking NGOs and others to come. We have provided seed money. We bill ourselves to contribute. Every section, you are bringing 10,000 cities, and we are doing that. We have started with the blocks. We are buying cement here and there. We are buying iron rods on our own, and we are appealing to government and other NGOs to come and help us to build, whilst waiting on government to bring the polyclinic. Okay. Yes, yeah, you are doing your best. Yes, we want to show the way that we are not just asking, we are also doing something to help out on your own. Now, I mean, you mentioned that there are opportunities in the area. I mean, the things that people are already doing, young people, women, and all of that. Yes. But is there a lot of migration happening from there to the south of this country?
Exactly. Our youth, especially the young girls, when they are 13, they are beginning to develop breasts and other things. Their friends come, they go, they see, they run off.
Oh,
you go to town, and you can stand at one corner, and then you see them in a group. They speak your language, you understand. They say, this should be in school. Okay. This should be in school. Even those that leave JHS, those that leave SHS.
Oh, they all go?
They run here. But I think that with the caliber of leadership now, I mean, there are a lot of young chiefs coming on board. I'm just one of them.
Yes.
Zinikoro is far younger than me. He's also a paramount chief.
See.
So there's a paradigm shift on leadership, traditional leadership. And we are basically getting the educated on the skins. So our minds and vision are beginning to merge on training the youth to get them off the streets in Accra and Kumasi. They actually, last 2 months I was here and I was going back and I went to Kumasi. I was just standing by and about 4 or 5 of them brought load to the vehicle I was to board, and they were speaking their language, trying to get change from each other to pay whatever. So it tells you that the girl child, given a little opportunity, it's not that bad with the boy child. They are able to stay a bit longer in school, and they also see initial farming as a springboard to do other things.
Yes. So they can raise something to actually project their own lives. I need to get this part also clarified. Security.
Yes.
Because often, because you say you are closer to Burkina Faso,
the border,
and we know the security situation in that part of the sub-region. Is it spilling over to areas like your own?
There are some rumors that the area saw some influx of herdsmen. Some purported to be jihadis that are operating in Burkina Faso. The report turned out to be a hoax. But there was an influx of herdsmen to Sisala area in particular, Sisala West. According to the briefing we had at the district assembly by the regional minister, Dr. Hafiz bin Saleh, he said about 36,000 herdsmen came into the Upper West region, and the majority of them are in the Sisala West district.
36,000?
Yes. And as we speak, the government, in collaboration with refugee board and others, are trying to put a community for immigrants from the Sahelian areas to the area. And we have provided land, and they are already building. They want to create maybe a minimum of 10, 15 years for them to settle and see whether they can go back. So they are building a place that will have a school, markets, hospitals, and all of that in the Sisala West district. We are hard hit when the influx happened. The Sisala West and Sisala East are the direct border towns, apart from Lambuse and Nandom. We are the direct border towns in Upper West region.
The people do not feel threatened, are they?
The security services give us a boost of morale.
Oh, okay.
They are dotted all around. The military is now stationed in the Sisala West District capital, Golu. The military is stationed in the Sisala East Municipal offices, Tumu. And the security are more pronounced. They are so conspicuous. In every corner you see them, and they do patrols. Based on that, we are able to go to farms, do our daily activities, attend markets, and I'm not aware of any incident that has disrupted economic and social activities yet.
Okay.
But there are influx of herdsmen and their families with lot of hares, cattle to the area. And in our meeting, we were told to help the government to make sure that there are no new entries settling with their heirs at the community level. The chief has authority to grant stay to herdsmen to take care of your cattle and also bring in their cattle. But since the meeting with the minister, we have stopped that. Just last week, I have information, there was a Fulani man and his family with the hare in my community. I asked the task force to check to know whether he's an old person just resettling or not.
Okay.
We realized that that's his first entry into Ghana.
Oh, really?
So we took him out just last week before I traveled down here. So that's the latest information on security.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I like the fact that you have confidence in the security setups and their ability to actually deal with any or give you the assurance that all is well within the terrain. Let's talk chieftaincy.
Okay.
Is it a lucrative venture for a young man to abandon or be compelled to abandon his rather interesting professional job and take on to helping the people and representing your ancestors? Is it lucrative?
That's quite an interesting question. Chieftaincy may be lucrative in terms of what you see it to be, or may not be. Lucrative in terms of what?
I see, like, does it bring a lot of largesse?
Oh.
Do you get a lot of money, a lot of land, a lot of resources?
I see chieftaincy lucrativeness to be on the terms of helping the human capital to grow.
Okay.
That's how I see it to be lucrative. You have a vision and you guide your people towards the vision to grow the youth into a prolific future enterprising young people.
Okay.
That's the lucrativeness of it to me. In terms of acquiring things, there are no trappings to the skin that I know of.
Okay.
Our system is not like what happens in, say, Santumine and others, where the land is vested into the chief. There are royalties coming in here and there and all that. I have read a bit into chieftaincy in Ghana and how it has evolved. As a prince, young prince at the time going to school, I knew that I was a prince, and I still do know that, but I didn't see myself getting on the skin so young. I ascended the skin in my 40s.
Okay.
It tells you I was quite young 5 years ago when I ascended the skin. What I do know is that you are bombarded with a lot of requests to do this, sometimes beyond your capacity. Personal sacrifices is where I drive my fulfillment from. You're able to touch a life and you see smiles on faces of struggling young people who are now seeing hope ahead of them because you have been able to touch a life or two. But it's a very challenging job, especially for a young man or a young woman to be chief. And not just a chief, but paramount chief of a whole traditional area. There are some of my divisional and sub-divisional chiefs that are actually good, that can give birth to me.
Oh, that's true.
So much.
But
when
of course,
they come,
you have authority.
they look up to you.
Yes.
And you confer with them, you ask their wisdom to take decisions, and they respect that. And I think that is where the lucrativeness is. Guiding the people, even in your young mind, and getting acknowledged that this decision you took did not appear as a young man's decision.
Yes.
It's far reaching, and the people are very appreciative of such. If not, chieftaincy in the northern sector, and for that matter the Sisala area, is something that doesn't bring much, and the chiefs are given allowances quarterly.
Okay, interesting.
Yes,
I want to end on this note.
Yes.
I want to end on this very important note. It's about what people have come to know of chieftaincy, especially the struggles around it, the conflict, the strife. Will we ever get to the bottom of these things? Will it ever stop?
Well, I think that we should pray that it does. My skin was disputed for 19 plus years. But when I went into chieftaincy, as you put it, I was then taking my salary at the U.S. Embassy. In fact, I was being paid twice. And I abandoned all to go and take care of my people, serve my people. And as I'm still in active service. After I left the place, I took up auditing job. Because that's my background. I did accounting. It is a place that you want to tread cautiously and whilst making giant strides. So it's a tightrope, and you are trying to do the balancing act and help your people.
I'm grateful to you, sir. And I am hoping
show that courts have been slow to grant injunctions that will have to halt the work of Parliament, recognizing the profound implications such actions will have on the legislative autonomy and the balance of powers within the government. The judicial reticence is rooted in the recognition of the fundamental principles underpinning a democratic society, where each branch of government operates within its own sphere of influence, with specific duties and powers that are designed to complement each other, ensuring a robust system of checks and balances. The courts, in exercising their discretion in matters of injunctions against Parliament, demonstrate a careful consideration of these principles, opting to intervene only when absolutely necessary and when the legal threshold for such interventions are unequivocally met. Honorable members, it's time for reflective conclusion. Several critical points emerge that underscore the importance of adhering to constitutional and legal frameworks within our democratic governance. Firstly, the President's refusal to accept the transmission of the bill is, by all accounts, not supported by the constitutional and statutory provisions that guide our legislative process. The Constitution clearly delineates the steps to be followed once a bill has been passed by Parliament, mandating the transmission of the bill to the President for assent or rejection. Therefore, the refusal to even accept the bill for consideration falls outside the legal bounds established by our constitutional framework. It is incumbent upon the President to accept the bill and take the necessary action within the prescribed constitutional limits, whether that action is assent, refusal, or referral to the Council of State for advice or Parliament for reconsideration. It is instructive to note that the executive has in the past proceeded with its actions, although there has been pending before the court injunction applications against the state. Secondly, there must be a steadfast rejection of any attempts to unduly fetter or hinder the work of Parliament. The Parliament of Ghana operates as a crucial part of our democracy, embodying the will and voice of the people. Parliament embodies the sovereign will and power of the people. Parliament embodies the might and majesty of the people. And as I keep on saying, the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. Any efforts to obstruct its work, Parliament's work, disrespects this fundamental institution and threatens the principles of governance by consent and representation. Thirdly, it is imperative to remain vigilant against certain dangerous precedents that could potentially undermine the foundation of our democracy. The rejection of a bill's transmission without constitutional basis introduces a precarious deviation from established democratic practices and norms. Such actions, if left unchallenged, may embolden future attempts to circumvent the legislative process, thereby weakening the integrity and efficacy of our democratic institutions. Lastly, in alignment with our constitutional mandates and the principles of good governance, it is essential for the President to adhere to the lawful course of action by accepting the transmission of the bill. Upon receipt, the President has the constitutionally provided options as to what to do. I don't want to repeat it here. As we move forward, it is the collective responsibility of all branches of government, and indeed all citizens, to uphold the Constitution and ensure that our democratic processes are not only preserved, but strengthened. The current impasse presents an opportunity for reflection and reaffirmation of our commitment to the principle of democracy, rule of law, and the unequivocal respect for the legislative process that forms the bedrock of our nation's governance. Honorable members, the Parliament of Ghana will comply with the existing legal frameworks and reject the attempts by the Executive Secretary of the President through his contemptuous letter to instruct the Clerk to Parliament, an officer of Parliament whose position is recognizably under the Constitution. We shall not cease and desist. Be that as it may, honorable members, I also bring to your attention the receipt of a process from the courts titled Robson. Honorable member, I'm watching you. And I hear what you say. Be that as it may, Honorable members, I also bring to your attention the receipt of a process from the courts titled Robson Nelson Eche K. Dafiamapo versus the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General, suit number J1/12/2024, which process was served on the 19th, that is yesterday, March 2024, and an injunction motion on notice seeking to restrain the Speaker from proceeding with the vetting and approval of the names of the persons submitted by His Excellency the President until the provisions of the Constitution are satisfied. Honorable members, in the light of this process, the House is unable to continue to consider the nominations of His Excellency the President, to use the language of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, quote, in the spirit of upholding the rule of law, unquote, until after the determination of the application for interlocutory injunction by the Supreme Court. Honorable members, this is the precedent that is being set by His Excellency the President for all Ghanaians to follow. So any matter that comes before Parliament, any Ghanaian can issue a writ and follow it with an application for injunction. And that is enough to injunct Parliament from proceeding with the consideration of the business in the House. Honorable members, I thank you all for your attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
We're still live on JoyNews, and we just heard from the Speaker of Parliament clearly rejecting President Akufo-Addo's letter through his secretary to the House that they are unable to accept the anti-LGBTQ bill. The President says because of that, more than 20 nominees of the President before Parliament, ministerial and deputy ministerial nominees, will also not go through because of a certain injunction application that has been filed by NDC MP for Saudai, Roxy Nelson Dafiameko, and it's setting a stage for a confrontation between Parliament and the executive arm, because Parliament says it's unable to do government business whenever there's an injunction application before the House. This is something that the minority, he has proceeded to adjourn the House, seen it in. No government business is going to be done today. The House has adjourned. This is so irregular. Normally, some key government business would have been done, but because of this, the Speaker of Parliament has decided that the House is adjourned for Easter break. They are unable to proceed and do any government business, and this has really set the House on fire, where a lot of government business outstanding, more than 22 nominees of President Akufo-Addo said to be discussed in the House, that has been taken. And so the key government business will also not be done. And so that has been the mood in the House. The Speaker of Parliament deciding that the House is not going to transact any key business before the House adjourns, sign, dine. And this is something that the minority MPs are excited about. You can see them greeting each other because this is something that they've always asked for. They say that if the President will not respect the authority of Parliament, then they will also not respect the authority of the executive. And by virtue of the President's decision to, as it were, not accept the controversial anti-LGBTQ bill, the Speaker of Parliament has proceeded to adjourn Parliament indefinitely. The House is going on Easter break. Some key government business were expected to be done today in the House, including the approval of some $150 million in loans to support the 2024 budget, including some 22 ministerial nominees, tax waiver requests that have all come before Parliament. In fact, if you look at the other paper for today, it was loaded, it was packed, so much key government business to be done, but all that now will not be done because the Speaker of Parliament has adjourned the House, signed, dine. Those were some of the indications we were getting today that the Speaker of Parliament was going to do something of the sort by insisting that the conduct of the presidency in relation to the anti-LGBTQ bill is clearly contemptuous of the Parliament and its powers, and because of that, the executive is going to get the same kind of treatment on the floor of the House, that Parliament is not going to proceed to do any work on the executive if there is any injunction whatsoever that has come before Parliament. And so 22 nominees of the President, ministerial and deputy ministerial nominees, all now will not become ministers until after Parliament resumes from its Easter break. Of course, the standing orders make provisions for the House to come back in terms of having moved the motion so that MPs can come back within the break. But that is the new standard that has been set. The Speaker of Parliament is clear in his mind that the powers of Parliament cannot be hindered by the executive, and that he considers the attempts that have been made by the presidency through the executive secretary to the president, signing that letter that the Speaker of Parliament describes as contemptuous, will not be taken. So, Brace, before you take it over, the decision of the Speaker of Parliament is that first, they reject completely the decision of the president not to accept the anti-LGBTQ bill, and because of that, no government business will be done. 150 million, the president's nominees, all now will not be done. The House has adjourned, signed, dine. Brace, take it over. There are a number of news conferences that are about to happen on the sidelines. We are going to bring all that to you live here on JoyNews.
A quick question there from the Parliament House. There will still be there, and we'll bring you update. Now, you heard him say that there will be a number of some news conferences. We'll bring that to you here on the channel. But let's still continue with the JoyNews Prime and expect no teacher to show up in the classrooms tomorrow. This is because 3 teacher unions, the Ghana National Association of Teachers, the National Graduate Teachers Association, and the Coalition of Teachers have declared an indefinite strike following delays in the negotiation of their collective agreement. The striking teachers also cited Ghana Education Services' failure to complete the distribution of laptops to all teachers, as well as freezing of salaries of its members by the Office of the Special Prosecutor, among others. Speaking at a press conference here in Accra, NAT President Dr. Isaac Owusu said they find the push of government and its sister agencies unacceptable.
1. Delay with negotiation of the new collective agreement. It will interest you to know that following the expiration of the collective agreement in 2023, negotiation of the new collective agreement should have completed on or before February 29 this year. But this has not been so. Thus, the new collective agreement stands unnegotiated, and we raised this concern in our letter to the Director General of JHS dated 29 February 2024, and also informed the National Labour Commission accordingly. As we gathered here now, the issue is still outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, 2, scheme of service. We have also drawn the attention of the Director General of the JHS to the fact that the Ghana Education Service does not have a functional scheme of service for teachers. That's a much cogent and appropriate one, which takes care of all requirements in the teaching profession, needs to be developed for us. We have cried out over this to no avail. 3. Equally important to the teachers are the following issues: the inability of government and the service to complete the distribution of the laptops to all teachers is of concern. The rampant changes of the school calendar without recourse to negotiation with the teacher unions is affecting the smooth operation of the service. Also, the blockade of teacher salaries by the Office of the Special Prosecutor without recourse to the laid down procedures is a major worry. We, the pre-tertiary teacher union, do stand with our members and hereby declare a nationwide industrial action effective today. We declare.
A minority on Parliament's Education Committee are justifying the industrial action by the teachers. Ranking member on the committee, Peter Nochu Koto, says the concerns of the teachers leading to the declaration of the strike are valid.
To me, as a surprise, because for some time now, there has been this negotiation between government and then on one hand, and the teacher unions on the other hand. There has been some stalemate, and government promised that they will address the issues as we speak. That has not been done. Then you also realize that this one teacher, one laptop agreement between the teacher unions and the Ministry of Education. Teachers were to pay a percentage, which they did over 4 years now. Now, government is unable to pay its part to the suppliers of the laptops. And yesterday, Parliament had to approve 98 million Ghana cedis for Get Fund to enable them pay the counterpart funding from the Ministry of Education. So it has delayed for some time now. Some teachers have even gone on a retirement without getting the laptop. So they have a very genuine case. And I think the Ministry of Education should step in immediately, make sure that those whose salaries have been blocked for no fault of theirs are released to them. Because the salary is not enough. And for 2 months now, they have not been paid, or 3 months. How do they live and how do they work? The first thing for government to do is to invite the leaders of the teacher unions.
Now, more on this later, but let's take you back to Parliament because there's the reactions to the Speaker's action has started. The minority is already addressing the news conference there. Let's take you back to Parliament.
Of the office of the President. The Constitution of Ghana spells out in plain language when the President of the Republic of Ghana must do when Parliament passes a bill and present to His Excellency the President. The President must assent to the bill or must refuse to assent to the bill when it is presented to him as the President of the Republic. These are the only options, and in this case, there is no middle ground at all per the constitutional imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that in the instance case of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024, President Akufo-Addo has taken a strange and alien position, which is unknown to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Given that Parliament has been injuncted in a matter of the President's nominee for the position of ministers and deputy ministers, it is obvious that this Honorable House is also unable and cannot approve those ministerial nominees His Excellency the President has also presented to Parliament. At this point, the President may have to be innovative, dynamic, and think out of the box by downsizing the size of his government. Let me say that merely piling on numbers by way of appointing ministers and deputy ministers does not signal to the people of Ghana that the President understands the seriousness of the mess that he and his government has created in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that this may be a good time for President Akufo-Addo to listen to the feedback about the size of his government. At the very least, the two top political parties, namely the NDC and the MPP, agree to downsize government size the way forward. There is an urgent need to downsize the government in order to save the taxpayers some huge cost of running the government. Already, President Mahama has signaled that in his next government, he will not appoint more than 60 ministers. Interestingly, we are also aware that the Vice President, who was part of a government that appointed 125 ministers, has come around to also promise 50 ministers. So all what we are saying is that, may I ask, ladies and gentlemen from the media, what is the prudent justification for a Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, which with 2 deputy ministers and a Minister of State? Again, why do we have the same ministers and ministers of local government, 2 deputy ministers and a Minister of State at the Ministry of Local Government? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by saying that the Right Honourable Speaker has made an important call, a call for Parliament to unite against the autocratic tendencies of our President and this government. We in the NDC minority is ready to protect the sanctity of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And we stand with the Speaker of Parliament in this. Let the President of Ghana and his government be aware that where this country is going is strange under his watch. And the NDC minority will not countenance it. But I want to urge that it is obvious that His Excellency the President has breached the Constitution, and we will advise ourselves. In the coming days, don't be surprised that we will begin impeachment proceedings against the President. Thank you very much.
So that is the minority news conference there being addressed by the leader of the minority side, Dr. Kesela Forson there. Now, we still have ICE in the House. Whatever happens after the Speaker agenda House, we'll bring that to you here on the JoyNews channel. Now, let's revert to our earlier story where 3 teacher unions have declared an indefinite strike action. We have a letter from the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. Let's share with you details of this letter. Now, it says the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission respectively invites the leadership of the Ghana National Association of Teachers, NAT, and the underlisted stakeholders to a meeting as per the details below. Thursday, 21st March 2024, 10 a.m. at the Ministry of Education conference room. Agenda is to negotiate what's happening. So that is the letter from the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission there. So, I mean, we expect to see what will be happening tomorrow in relation to this particular development where 3 teacher unions have declared an indefinite strike action. You're also watching JoyNews Prime. Now to other stories now. And the Electoral Commission is up in arms against the minority in Parliament who allege that 7 biometric devices have gone missing in the custody of the Commission. The minority, after jointly meeting the Electoral Commission with the majority side, told the media the EC confirmed to them that some election materials were missing. Minority Leader Dr. Kesela Forson said if the devices are not recovered, it will affect the integrity of the 2024 elections. Listen.
The Electoral Commission confirms that 7 of the biometric devices are indeed missing. I urge the CIA and the Ghana Police Service to immediately issue a statement giving us the details of their investigation so far. I'm concerned and worried because that devices in the hands of an unknown person can compromise the future elections that Ghana will have. Who knows whether this is in the hands of a political party, and who knows what that political party is doing with it. I am disturbed, and it brings to bear a number of concerns. The safety and the storage of this important.
Now, the Electoral Commission is fighting these allegations. Deputy Chairman of the Commission, Dr. Bosman Asare, at a news conference clarified only 5 laptops were stolen and that all biometric machines were safe in the keep of the Commission.
We had a meeting with the leadership of Parliament yesterday, made up of the majority and the minority. It was in that meeting we made it clear to them that 5 of our laptops are missing. We didn't say at the meeting that BVDs were missing. Neither did we say BVRs were missing. We said 5 laptops. And these 5 laptops do not contain any information of voters. It doesn't contain any information of voters. They are laptops, just as we know laptops, what they do. We are not planning to undertake. And indeed, we've just explained, and my colleague stressed, that 5 laptops are missing.
Osman says they have reported a case to the police and investigations have begun.
We are working with the security agencies to arrest and prosecute the suspects. Again, we are also hearing people saying that how secured are your systems? Especially so because we have many security personnel, police personnel around. How did these things happen? Again, we want to assure each and every one here and the good people of our country that our systems are secured. Our systems are very, very robust. And as I indicated earlier, we are so robust to the extent that we are convinced that in 2024, come December 7th, we are going to organize another perhaps transparent, credible elections, which will go down as one of the best in our country.
Now, the EC also refuted claims this will affect any elections organized by the Commission.
Anytime the EC is doing registration, before we begin the registration, we give a report to all the political parties. So all the political parties will know the state of the registration before we even begin. And when we finish too, we have what is called the end of day report, which is given to the political parties. So what it means is that the political parties are able to tabulate and put all the figures together. So if even something is missing, the political parties, they are convinced that with the structures the EC has put in place, because at every stage of our activity, the political parties are there to monitor, and in many instances, they have their agents there who are supposed to ensure quality assurance. So we want to allay the fears of everyone that the Commission, under the leadership of the Chair, we are committed to very transparent, credible process. We did that in the years before. We'll continue to do that. The number we mentioned, 8,500 BVRs, they are intact. The verification devices are also intact. And the Commission has had meetings with our parties, other stakeholders. We have never said it anywhere that we do not have the equipment to undertake the 2024 general elections.
You're still watching the JoyNews Prime. Let's take you back to Parliament because there's another news conference which is underway and our cameras are already there. Let's take you there now.
Express certain views regarding
certain matters before the Supreme Court of the land. Which letter today Mr. Speaker had cause to respond to? Mr. Speaker expressed his disagreement regarding the content of the said letter. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker went beyond expressing this disagreement and rather pronounced judgment on what in his view was wrong. Mr. Speaker did not only stop there, he also used very unsavory words to describe Mr. President. We believe that in a democracy, we have a right to disagree on views expressed, but we do not have right to say things to denigrate another. This, we think, is very unacceptable. Now let me get into the main issue. Mr. Speaker said that Mr. President was undermining democracy and that he should have resorted to the Constitution in making certain communications to the House. We in the majority beg to disagree on the position taken by him. If you carefully read the letter that was sent to Parliament, Mr. President limited himself to the processes before the courts. And the fact that Parliament itself, through an affidavit, had joined issues. Parliament has filed an affidavit in opposition and is in court. In fact, Parliament is a party to the suit. So for us, we do not see how this would have to affect the proceedings of Parliament. In any event, Mr. Speaker has always deferred to the leadership of the House to guide him in the conduct of business. This morning, the leadership of the House sat together to discuss the various items to be taken. We have finished some of them. There were some that we were supposed to take, and we're told that Mr. Speaker would have to take the chair. It's very disappointing that after Mr. Speaker had made known his own views about the letter sent from the presidency to the clerk, he adjourned the House Synod without giving room for the leadership of the House to even comment. This we find very strange. But this is a democracy. We believe, as Mr. Speaker himself said, and I'll quote him, that this impasse calls for reflection. This impasse calls for reflection. I will play that out to Mr. Speaker himself, that we all need to reflect on the way forward as a nation. He said he was not going into the matter as that would undermine the outcome of same. But we all know that the very issue that was raised by Honorable Dafemepo had to do with the continuing ministers who had been reshuffled to other ministries. The issue of constitutionality of certain nominees had been determined by way of they going through the vetting process, a report coming before the House for debate and final decision. So for me, these are two unrelated issues. How can the Dafemepo raise an issue regarding a minister who has been transferred? Let's put it in that state, that a minister in one ministry has been moved to another ministry. And the words used by Mr. President was that he has relieved them of their portfolio and moving them to another ministry. How does that affect a situation where a nominee has been referred to a appointment committee? Appointment committee has vetted that person, brought a report, and you say that there's an injunction application pending. Therefore, such a situation cannot be considered by Parliament. This is bad faith. This is bad faith. Because you have two unrelated issues being conjoined to create a certain political effect. But again, since this is a chamber where we will do public business, we believe that we need to reflect on these issues and sit together as stakeholders in this politics to get things done. We will rest our case, but before, let me also express disappointment at the conduct of the minority. Is it the case that they were aware of what was going to happen? Is it the case that they would always see no evil and say no evil? Is it the case that they are in support of this action to obstruct government business? They should remember that the people of Ghana are watching. We have ministers who are supposed to manage ministries, to conduct public business for the benefit of the people of Ghana. What the minority has done today clearly shows that they are not on the side of democracy. Indeed, they want government business to come to a halt through their conduct because they were nowhere ready to get us to even engage, Mr. Speaker. They were ready to pack and get to their various cars and go home. Obviously, it is a political journey they are on. They want to explore the situation to their advantage. And we believe that the good people of Ghana, at the right time, will know that we as MPP in government stand for progress, development, and the betterment of our democracy. Thank you so much indeed. Gentlemen and ladies, in certain situations, would want to take questions. Please, please again, it is my position that we keep to the submission made so far without further questions. It does not amount to disrespect. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
That was Alexander Afenyo Marking, the majority leader, addressing a news conference in Parliament there. This is still the Joy News Prime. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Do stay.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Hey, Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. Sometimes we write them with someone who puts our story first. Other times with someone who puts their own story first. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we'll barely remember. Sometimes we feel like the hero of our story, and other times, not. There are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. That's why we invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecel, connecting energies.
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Shebema tintin. Mipa kofidie. Wankasa. She. Ahondi nenia o. Mipa ni. Ahondi mensa. Mibi bia soso. Wei midunu mu a. Ebe so bia so. Enya somu die. Wei eni amansa nchemfa.
Pepsodent Kokroko promo ni ye. Eye Pepsodent kese dada no a. And ye 25 grams account. Se wo de na bo ebusia no ho bai. Na se wo simo den.
We nko de me no ya achi.
Pepsodent. We de so. Pepsodent Kokroko promo ni ye. Eye Pepsodent kese dada no a. And ye 25 grams account. Se wo de na bo ebusia no ho bai. Na se wo simo den.
FDA aje dwade nkrat wo yi. Atum.
Welcome back from the break. This is still the JoyNews Prime. Now, flag bearer of the governing New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is expressing concerns about what he describes as a harassment of businesses by the Ghana Revenue Authority. Now, according to him, this is as a result of the unrealistic targets they set for their officers. Dr. Bawumia, however, said his government will grant tax amnesty for all businesses and change the tax system. There is more in this report.
The reaction from the NPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, followed concerns by some business owners lamenting about the stress they go through in filing their taxes. According to them, some of their colleagues are even forced to use illegal means to obtain tax clearance certificates. They expressed these concerns at an engagement with the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry as part of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's Bold Solutions for the Future series with key stakeholders.
We pay tax on tax, which means the 2% of NHIS, what we pay it, and then you get fined 2%. Then you pay 1% of COVID, and then you get the subtotal. Then you pay tax of 15% on it. I don't know why we should pay tax on tax, and I want to know.
If you want to win an election, you need a campaign message that will bring hope and excitement into the people. Then it will be the game changer
in this country. What will be the challenge for us not to fix our pot exchange rate for over a period of 3 months so that the business sector can plan better and then dollarization will minimize?
In response to these concerns, Dr. Bawumia attributed the operations of the GRA to the current tax system and assured his government will grant tax amnesty and modernize the system to ease the pressures on businesses.
That harassment is coming from the sort of targets they are setting their offices. They are setting them unrealistic targets. So you say, and this is because the tax base is so narrow. So you say to them, this is your target for this month. They are trying to figure out, where do I go? Then, for them, it's very easy. You go back to where you got it the last time. Isn't it? You go to the taxpayers, the people who are already paying tax. And then you have to come up with a new reason why they should pay more. So you come up with all sorts of stuff. I mean, they themselves sometimes, frankly, don't understand the tax. Saying that the targets that they are set, these hardworking officers, sometimes are very unrealistic. And that leads to harassment of business. Because you have to get something out of them. And why you say prepay when you haven't earned 1 cent, 1 cedi, and you have to prepay. And so I've been looking at this very, very seriously. We're going to change the system. We're going to change the system.
Meanwhile, President of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Clement Osei-Amoako, pledged their support for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and assured their readiness to work with his government when he is elected.
The Chamber is therefore ready to support the government and, for that matter, your government in the future in ensuring that the right business environment is created.
The engagement with the key stakeholders is a first stage of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's campaign agenda to solicit views to inform policy direction of his manifesto. Samuel Mbura, JoyNews.
Now, still with the Vice President, flag bearer of the governing New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has made a strong case about his credentials, insisting he is the best Vice President Ghana has ever had. According to Dr. Bawumia, he is a problem solver, and the reason he has always been intentional about his policies and vision for the country.
So I looked at all these problems. I'm a problem solver, and I have introduced solutions. We have not yet done it all, but we are starting. If you are looking for a problem solver to be President of the Republic, then I am the one that you should look at. I have a very solid track record in terms of what I've done as vice president. Remember, I've not yet been president. I don't have that authority, but I am vice president. And if you look at my track record as vice president, most people say that I am probably the best vice president in this country's history because of my track record. So I believe that I have not been, if you give me, because I try to do things because my mindset is one of possibilities. I am never afraid to take on new and daunting challenges. If I see that a country has this, I ask, why can't Ghana also have that?
Our election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and the Chartered Institute of Management Accountant and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountant, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountant, election headquarters for an informed electorate. We'll take a break here. We'll bring you showbiz right after.
Kaprenu eya enunti na metufu se abebiara o twade a wonsa nkoto no emprenu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi ede na ape pavement blocks ankasa na de edisi dem biara no okọ shahel SCP ebema obi se opese usiu dan na pete ogu concrete enya fina akoto cement akopabo akopa nwia ofre SCP a the concrete ya messing the with quality cement wom on ba good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo bon any impatem wo nyinara your office I was Printers Road ya ni papaya restaurant in the hwedimu
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll-free number 0800 626 262.
Whether it's 1924, 2024, or 2124, we've always known that you are driven by your sense of safety and well-being. It is what drives us to see you through from start to finish, from small to big. And in the last 100 years, as you have evolved, so have we also expanded to serve you in many ways. From cradle to grave, with expertise in insurance, life, pensions, properties, health, and for those beautiful memorable goodbyes. It's 2024, and in all our markets, our pedigree is recognized, our strength respected, our expertise valued, and our solutions sought by all who desire an advantage in life. Experience the time-tested and truly trusted 100 years legacy of Ghana's oldest insurer. Take charge of your future now. Insurance, life, pensions, property management, funeral services, health insurance. Enterprise for your advantage.
March is this month. Are you aged 45 years and over and or noticed blood in your stool and have a family history of cancer? Then don't hesitate to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment saves lives. Visit us or call us on 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital. In to serve a peculiar health need.
Fortune rice. It needs just a little water. The grains don't stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA.
Investment Limited.
Welcome back. Let's do showbiz, and Becky Bex is here. Hi.
Hello to you, Brace. I don't have good news for you. I don't have good news for our viewers because legendary musician and Boga highlight pioneer George Darko has died. The singer, throughout his career, served Ghanaians with high life hits like Ose Yeah and Odokala, Obi Abayiwa, Money Pala, I say Money Palava, Money Palava, you remember that? And many others still present in people's playlist decades after their release. Many fans of George Darko took to the social media handles to celebrate the artist, his work, and the impact he had on Ghanaians.
All right, so that's a very, very sad one, Becky.
Yeah, may his soul rest in perfect peace. So this evening, yesterday I couldn't bring you the Prime Movie Box, and so this evening I am bringing you Prime Movie Box. We have Taste of Sin. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, it is back on Netflix, and this is a trailer for you.
Actually came here to fight.
I don't understand.
I came to fight my feelings for you. Do you still love her?
Yes, I do.
We have been instructed by the Lord to raise an amount of 500,000 United States dollars. What are we supposed to do with the money? We are supposed to share it.
Tell the people to donate because the Lord commands them to.
Not long ago, you made a declaration that the Lord has commanded the members to donate to the poor.
Mr. J made me. I don't want you to tell anybody about this.
Swear an oath of silence. You had a taste of sin. And when a believer does, consequences are severe and grievous more than a person living in sin.
I believe that what is happening to him is not wickedness, but a weakness.
How dare you tell me it is not true? And I'll believe you. You want to use your life for money? You are using your mouth to prophesy negative things about your life. And God blessed you.
God didn't bless me with a child. The devil cursed me with it. God has no hand in your sin. A taste of sin. Amen.
This is our own. Let's go out there and stream it. Before we go, U.S. actor Jonathan Majors, known for playing Kang in the Marvel films, has been sued by his ex-girlfriend, British choreographer Grace Jabari, filed a civil lawsuit on Tuesday in a New York federal court. She alleges she was a victim of battery, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, malicious persecution, and defamation. It comes 3 months after a jury convicted Majors of attacking and harassing Ms. Jabari. He could face up to a year in prison when he is sentenced in April. Court documents submitted on Tuesday contain further allegations, with Ms. Jabari claiming Majors subjected her to a pattern of pervasive domestic abuse and which began in 2021 and extended through 2023. Well, I am so sorry for what Jonathan is going through. He just came in. They just released Creed 3, and he was doing well. And I mean, all these things are happening. But we're grateful to, Megan Good, because, she has been very supportive girlfriend for Jonathan Majors. Recently, she told ET Entertainment that she is happier than before with Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, so much is going on. These past 2 years have been a crazy 2 years for me, but I'm happier than I've been in a long time, even with all the crazy. And and then God's just doing things. And so trusting God on the journey. And I'm like, all right, Lord, what's next?
When I saw you and I hugged you, I could tell you were happy. You were happy.
Yeah.
Look, you're like,
yeah.
say hello. Step in and say hello. Jonathan, how you doing?
Good to be seen, man.
How cool is it to be here with Megan tonight in the Image Awards? That's for us.
It's incredible. It feels great. I love everything she does, and I'm glad she's being acknowledged today, by us. So, amen.
What has it meant to have her there on your arm? Because she loves you.
You want me to cry? You want me to cry? Nah, man. Love is beautiful. Support, accountability. All those things. Someone to talk to and chat with and get better with. And for. So, God is good.
Love is definitely a beautiful thing. I wish somebody would look at me like that. Like, Grace, are you telling me the truth? Like, yeah, the show is over. Look at me like that, people. What are you doing? Please log on to myjoyonline.com for more news, and also keep looking at JoyNews like the way
all right.
Megan Good is looking at Jonathan Majors.
Exactly. And you know what? Megan Good is very good. She's pretty like you. And look, every smile matters. And so please, remember to brush your teeth
with
night and day with Pepsodent. Because with Pepsodent, every smile matters. Yeah. Just like
to you, baby.
Well, Prime Business is up next with Emma Davis. Go to myjoyonline.com for more news. Thanks for being a part of us.
I said that.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, they were listening to
Forgive.
Vet Investment Limited.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecel, connecting energies.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh? Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu. You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment. Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Freedom, freedom. It's my privilege to be in Tamale today. We are here because we are on a listening tour, and Tamale is the first place we chose to come to after we visited Nima. I come here because I want to tie my cloth with you and you tie yours with me. I can see that there's a lot of potential. So many things that can be done in this place that you would not need to leave here to go elsewhere to look for an opportunity. So I have come to listen to women, especially the youth, and get the blessings of my fathers. That we all come together and become one people to build one country. I am here not to talk to people, but I'm here to